Good morning. I would like to call our Moore County Board of Education work session to order for this cool Monday morning in October. Is there a motion to enter closed session?
Madam Chair, I move the board enter closed session to consider confidential personnel matters as provided in North Carolina General Statute 143-318.11A1 and A6 and 115C-319, and to consult with the Board of Education's attorney to preserve the attorney-client privilege and discuss the following litigation matter. J.M. Thompson Company versus Moore County Board of Education, 21 CVS 706 and 707, as provided in North Carolina General Statute 143-318.11A3.
Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
At this time, we will enter into closed session and should be back shortly. And the next time we have to recess, I will not say short, short recess. At this time, is there a motion or amendment for our agenda?
Madam Chair, I would like to move I would move to modify the agenda. I
Okay,
would like to make a motion to add the consideration of a personnel report.
okay, is there a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
And now, is there a motion to approve the agenda with the amended?
So move.
A second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
And next, we have a pledge of allegiance. Mr. Holmes. He's so excited. And now we'll have a moment of silence. Thank you. Next, we have board action, our Moore County School Police Expansion Plan. Dr. Locklear.
Madam Chair, I believe the board needs to take action on the personnel report since you've added it to the agenda.
Okay, I'm sorry. Is there a motion to approve the personnel report?
So move.
Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you, Dr. Locklear.
Yes,
Next, we'll proceed into our police expansion request.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you, Madam Chair, board members. We appreciate the opportunity to be bringing this back to you. Dr. Powers, Chief Hardy, and Dr. Metcalf to bring this plan that you've seen, that we had the opportunity to collaborate with our Board of Commissioners last week on. And the plan itself, the request itself to expand our police force hasn't been changed from last week and what was presented last week, except for some information around some ESSER funds. And so I do want to, if we go back to the executive summary, wouldn't mind, Catherine, I do want to, before I hand it off to Dr. Powers, Chief Hardy, and Dr. Metcalf, I do want to talk a little bit about that and talk a little bit about my recommendation as part of this request to reallocate some ESSER funds that we now have available could have available if the board approves it. Again, this request that Dr. Powers and can go over again is for an additional 13 officers in order to make sure we have full-time coverage for school resource officers in each of our schools across the school district. It also, this request includes an analysis and breakdown of costing and the recommendation of bringing our police salaries up to alignment with the sheriff's office. But the last thing that is different than what we discussed last week, and it's spurred on by your previous discussions and a question that got asked by our Board of Commissioners, as well as some updated budget information. I also, as part of this recommendation to you, am recommended that we reallocate $562,946 in ESSER funding to partner with the Board of Commissioners to begin this expansion, or jumpstart it, if you will. So I just want to take a moment to kind of walk through where that number comes from with the board. And if you follow along with me there in the bottom part of your executive summary, it kind of walks you through that. As noted, we presented this final request to the Board of Commissioners and to you last week. I had some positive feedback on that. We did have a member of our commissioners who asked, is there the availability of ESSER funds to help begin this expansion, or other funding sources to help begin this expansion? You also may recall that as part of your August and September meetings, that the child nutrition cash reserves, or fund balance, had grown significantly over this past year, primarily over the past couple years, primarily as a result of higher reimbursements from the USDA over the course of the pandemic. The board had some discussion at your September meeting about moving the ESSER assigned child nutrition capital equipment projects to that child nutrition cash reserve, or fund balance. At the time, I did not recommend that all of that amount be moved, but we did recommend that two pieces of equipment being moved to the Child Nutrition Fund, but that was a little under $120,000. But based on fourth quarter reporting, the amount that we now know we have in our cash reserves, and that fourth quarter report was pulled on September 13th, it is my recommendation now that we reassign all of that ESSER funds that were connected to child nutrition capital projects to the child nutrition cash reserves. So what would this amount allow us to do in collaboration with our commissioners for year one? It would allow us to go ahead and jumpstart and fund up to 9 school resource positions for 1 year, during year one as we launch this forward. So I wanted to also just kind of summarize where we've come with that child nutrition cash reserve, give you a little bit of a timeline, a little bit more information about where that information has come from, and share that with you, and then what we're now required to do as part of having that large of a cash reserve in child nutrition. I'll hit on this again when we talk about the original budget resolution, but I thought it was pertinent to this discussion as well. So if you bear with me, I'll kind of walk you through these bullets that are on the executive summary. So on August 8th, you probably recall that we did share information around what the cash reserves were as you were discussing possibly raising the amount we were charging for meals at our schools. The board at that time decided to basically hold where they were pre-pandemic. At that time, the cash reserves were approximately $2.9 million. And that was going to require a spend down plan, because the state requires you not to keep more than 1 to 2 months of operations costs in your cash reserve. That at that time required a spend down plan of almost $500,000.
Dr. Locklear,
Yes, sir.
I'm sorry, I thought that when that was briefed a couple months ago, it was a minimum. Now you're saying it's a maximum? Or did you misspeak?
That is a maximum, that's correct. You shouldn't keep, and John, you could certainly comment on this if I answer something wrong. The state does not want you to keep any more than 1 to 2 months of operating expense.
And again, I must have heard wrong, because I could have sworn that, because we had a discussion, because I thought it was a ridiculous amount to keep, because we were told we had to keep millions in there. We had to keep at least,
Part of that number that we discussed in August and September.
So we could keep zero. I'm not saying that's prudent, but we could keep zero there. The state, it says we can keep no more than 2 months in there.
There's also a minimum number they want you to have, John, is that correct?
That is correct.
Was the
Doctor,
minimum number around 2 million?
But their minimum is based off the months of operation costs, and so they recommend no less than 1 before you become a concern and have monitoring and other things in place to make sure you remain solvent. It used to be a maximum of 3 months until legislation this past winter brought that down to 2 months.
Okay.
And what's our monthly spend rate for the nutrition program?
John?
A couple $100,000 a month?
It is just under 700,000 for the year end. At the time we presented the third quarter, it was right around 800,000
Per month?
per month.
Per month. So it's 1.5 million, somewhere between 800,000 and 1.6 million.
Dr. Locklear, I do distinctly remember this conversation. And the conversation was that we had to keep a minimum in the account. And that if we had more than, I believe it was 4 million, if we had more than $4 million, or no, excuse me, more than the minimum, we could use that for ancillary operations. But I was explained that there was a minimum and no maximum. And for instance, I'm very, very concerned, because originally, when we found out quite accidentally that there was this 2.9 million in the reserves, we thought that, well, maybe we should continue to have free meals for all the kids. And we were told, no, that's quite impossible, because we would spend it all down, and we would have below the minimums. And then, and the recommendation was to even raise the cost of lunches for 50 cents. And then, it was even after that, we were warned that if we don't raise the cost of lunches 25 cents, okay, at the following meeting, that we would be spending down too much. And now, all of a sudden, we're finding out it's not it seems to me it was 2.4, not 2.9, but that was $2.9 million. No, there's $4.2 million in the fund. And Mr. Hensley said, and he was quite disturbed because he said that we're taking that money from the poor kids and we're leaving it in a fund. So I'm very, very, very concerned about this. I'm very concerned that we weren't able to, based on an accounting situation, we weren't able to continue the zero-cost lunches for everybody. But I'm also very, very concerned that we have a plan, a detailed plan for the use of this money.
Yes, sir, that's part of what I'd like to share with you.
Because in your plan that you've got in here, it says, well, I think we're gonna buy a new car. I didn't even know that we had an automobile for the food service. And we're going to maybe get better food, and maybe we're gonna get some new dishes. I hope we get better food, number one. I hope we can raise the quality of food. But I also want to know whether this number is going up or it is going down. Now, you told us before that it was going down. When someone comes to me and says, well, we've got $2 million and now all of a sudden it's $4 million, I don't know whether it's really going up or whether it's really going down. But we have to reassess this program and make sure that the kids are getting as much as we can give them in terms of the quality of and quantity of meals, and that we know what we're spending this down on. And the other thing is that I also kind of object to the following, that all of a sudden we're taking our ESSER funds, which we're not going to get next year, and we're volunteering those funds for SROs. And I thought that the county was going to give us money for SROs, and it took me, I don't know, pulling teeth to get us to spend $500,000 to lower class size in grades 4 and 5. So I'm concerned, and I'm not so sure that we should spend our ESSER funds in this manner, and that maybe the ESSER funds should be spent on tackling our F-rated schools. And we should go back to the county commissioners and tell the county commissioners that you want and we want money for additional SROs, but we're not going to sacrifice either the kids' lunch money or money which could go toward our F-rated schools in order to accomplish that. That should be new money from the county commissioners.
Madam Chair, could we hear the report?
Let's hear the
Before- I
report and
mean,
then ask questions.
Yeah,
That's what I was
Dr.
gonna ask.
Rocklayer's not finished his report, and it's
Yeah.
really impossible for us all to discuss it fully
Yeah.
without hearing the whole report.
Yeah, I was
Thank
just
you.
gonna ask
Dr.
that.
Locklear.
Yes, ma'am. So, as noted, the end-of-year report was ran on September 13th, after all state and USD funds were received and after any auditor's recommended adjustments were completed. As we're completing our end-of-year report, it's required to be sent to the North Carolina Department of Public Construction. Because at that point, it indicated another significant increase in net cash reserves for a total of $4.2 million. And that's as a result, again, of the the higher reimbursements, and having some reimbursements that landed in the fourth quarter that could have been expected in the third quarter, but came in the fourth quarter. So based on the regulations that are required from the State Department of Public Construction, that requires a spend down of about $2.3 million in cash reserves. And that would be and we have to submit a plan of how we're gonna do that. And some of that's taken care of somewhat because of increased costs, increased labor costs, cost of supplies, cost of foods. But again, reassigning the capital equipment costs that we did have assigned to ESSER, assigning that to that cash reserve fund balance in child nutrition. That's one of the ways to spend that down. This does give us the opportunity to possibly replace some CNS, like a refrigeration truck, if that needs to be replaced. The potential for purchasing a vehicle to help with our team that goes out to various schools throughout the day. And also indirect cost. Now, we do have the ability, because of this cash reserve, to charge indirect costs. That basically means when our school district is doing certain services on behalf of Child Nutrition Department, we're able to, like financial services, human resource services, et cetera, we're able to charge indirect costs of almost 8%. I'm recommending that be put in it basically goes into what our Fund 8 funds, and we're able to reserve that as able to be rolled over. My recommendation is that becomes reserved for child nutrition projects in the future. But that certainly could be looked at by the board in a different way in the future as we have other needs. But my current recommendation is that that's for child nutrition needs. Going back to the meeting last week, our commissioners did ask, do you have, I believe it was Mr. Paserno who asked, do you have any ESSER funds available to help jumpstart this in partnership with us, with the county commissioners, since they did not have this in their original budget, it would be new money. And certainly as I looked at this, looked at where we were landing with our cash reserves and child nutrition, recalled the conversation that the board had around reassigning those capital costs from ESSER. It gives us that opportunity to use those ESSER funds for that, for the actual people. I believe will fit within the ESSER regulations, the actual officers. And we would have those funds available to us. Hopefully we can get those assigned to ESSER 3, which would be available to us for 1 year costs through September 2024. So that is my recommendation, that we do utilize this money in that way as part of this request to our county commissioners, if you will, partnership to jumpstart this and get it going.
Okay, board members.
I have two
Stacy.
questions.
Okay.
My first one is, what would happen after year one? Would the county commissioners take over everything, or,
Yes.
okay. And so
That's
we
part
would-
of that recurring cost. We have the personnel incorporated into the recurring cost.
Okay, and then second question is, what if we can't find 9 officers right now? What happens to that money? Or do we lose it because it's ESSER funds, or is it
We do
And
everything
if-
we could to assign it to ESSER 3, which gives us the flexibility to spend it through September of 2024.
Okay.
But if we don't find officers by that point, obviously we've got to reallocate that, so we spend as best possible every dime of those ESSER funds
Yeah.
towards our
So-
needs.
okay?
Along that lines, that actually, if you don't mind, Madam Chair, that Stacy's question dovetails with mine. The ESSER funds that Dr. Locklear is suggesting don't expire till September 24. But this amount, this $560,000, is also conveniently almost exactly the same as the stuff that we're buying, the police cars and the weapons and all of that. So if those fit within the definition of ESSER, because of the unknown when we're getting the officers, if the equipment, the police cars, the upgraded body armor, the weapons, the trauma medical kits, whatever's on that equipment list, if that fits within the definition of ESSER, we could execute those funds now. We could get our existing officers new cars and put the other ones in storage, or whatever, right? But we could execute the funds now and then wait for the officers, because, the recruitment and training of the officers is unknown. one other thing, Dr. Locklear, and then in response to Mr. Levy's comments about the $570,000 in non-reoccurring, Bob was not at the meeting. He was out of town on travel when this was discussed, but Mr. Paserno suggested, hey, can't you guys chip in like $600,000? And I think Mr. Paserno was actually talking about us buying the stuff. But the point was, Bob, is at least what I got out of the commissioners' meeting is that was a one-time first year, and then after that, the county would take up the $1 million a year. He just wanted us to take up the difference between the annual recurring cost. Basically, he wanted us to pay the startup costs out of ESSER, which if we buy the equipment, if that's within the framework of ESSER, then Bob, we bought the equipment, and the county's paying for the people when they come online.
Yeah.
I understand, but I just believe that the ESSER funds, and by the way, I was out of town, and I did let the superintendent know that I was gonna be out of town, and I really wanted that meeting to occur while I was in town. And I gave several dates, but that couldn't be done. I just believe that our ESSER funds need to go to learning and learning loss. And we're gonna find out later on at this meeting that we've been on a downward projection in terms of the grades of our schools. And now we've got 2 F-rated schools. And I had one principal who thought that it would be nice if we could just get even some monitors on buses. But certainly lowering class sizes beyond grades 4 and 5 is also something we can look at. But to take these ESSER funds and to use them for security purposes, and security purposes they're important, there's no doubt. But I think the county commissioners has the money. And we should be using ESSER funds to meet our educational requirements, which is what the ESSER funds are there for. So, just my feeling on the subject.
Any
Madam-
other Dr.
Madam Chair,
Locklear?
if I could just respond to Mr. Hensley. I think it's a great point, Mr. Hensley, spending the money if approved by the board on one-time costs, and we can explore that. I think it's a stronger argument within the ESSER framework to pay for the people, which is why I made that recommendation based on the requirements of ESSER. We can explore that deeper, and I think it makes a lot of sense. At least there may be part of that we could use for training, like the training idea, that certainly fits strongly. Guns, bulletproof vests, things like that may not fit in the ESSER as much as the actual person. So that's why I looked at the person as a stronger argument within what the framework of ESSER allows you to spend it on.
In the meeting, and Mr. Hensley or Ms. Thompson, because I was not able to attend either, with the indication of Mr. Paserno asking if we could supplement the startup costs, such that then the commissioners would be able to step in oncoming years to fund the program. How, we know that there's going to be a changeover with our county commissioners because there are gonna be vacancies in office. Did you get the feeling that this is something that would be approved by the current county commissioners such that it will automatically transfer?
I
or move
did.
on?
You go ahead, Dave.
I've talked to every existing county commissioner, save one, and I've talked to all the candidates, save one, and everybody is in unanimous agreement that we need to fully fund the SROs. There is nobody, like I said, I didn't talk to one existing one, I didn't talk to one candidate, but other than that, everybody's on board with this plan.
And
Here's my
that was the communication that we received from the commissioners at the meeting. We had a very good collaborative meeting, very open dialogue. Our team did a great job in presenting our requests and our needs. And I left with comments from the commissioners that they were in favor of funding our requests, and they were very pleased that we were trying to shore up our SROs and our security within all of our school systems.
I just would not want us to commit,
Yeah.
purchase equipment, whatever it
Yeah.
might be, and then run into a brick wall with
Yeah.
the commissioners when there's a new board seated, so.
I see what you're saying.
Yeah, I certainly understand Bob's concern with regard to our failing schools and where some of the needs may be with regard to student remediation and other areas of opportunities that we can provide with to some of our schools. I am thankful that we were able to pass for class reduction sizes. That's a huge plus. And I feel like that with our ESSER funding here, and with the last, that's a huge cost coming in fourth quarter for our child nutrition services of dollars that we were not even expecting. So being able to take those dollars and save on ESSER to help with security, because this means that for Chief, that he could go out and begin to either get equipment, if that's the direction that we're heading, or go ahead and post positions, either or. At least he would know where he stands with his SROs and with where he stands with being able to purchase his equipment as soon as possible. Any other comments, Dr. Locklear? Do you have any other comments?
No, Madam Mother, it does come with my recommendation, and we wanted to take action today so we could have this endorsed by the board, so I could begin to work with Mr. Best in scheduling this in the next available time for the commissioners to consider it, which I'm hopeful will be their second meeting in
I
October.
do have
Okay.
one other matter.
Bob?
Yes, I saw in the budget, there's something like $500 per officer for training. Okay, I think I was correct on that number. That seems to me to be awfully low. First of all, let me ask, and I had asked before, are all our officers now Narcan trained?
Yes, sir, we are.
Okay. So number two, is this going to provide enough training so that they can have, and David, I know you have a better term for it, but I'll just say, military combat first aid training for all our officers?
It does include, we did increase after our first meeting where we provided the presentation to
Right.
you, and on the recommendation of the board, we did increase that training amount from 250 per officer to 500 per officer. That would include being able to train all of our SROs in stop the bleed training, and then had shared as a part of the commissioners meeting that we were gonna continue to explore more advanced trauma-related training for our officers as well.
Now, number three, does that include de-escalation training? And I'm talking about specific, not just officer training, but specific de-escalation training for each one of our SROs, because it's critical that when you're dealing with, and in the end, we're dealing with children, that
does.
that we first try to de-escalate rather than come in like regular law enforcement. And I know you respect that, yeah.
Absolutely, and so as a part of that, you don't just come in as an officer with just basic law enforcement training. There is specified training for school resource officers, and Mr. Levy, that type of training is a part of that initial training that they go through in learning how to be school police officers and everything that's involved in that in terms of being not a counselor, but in terms of somewhat of a counselor and working with kids and trying to help them understand it and lower tensions and things when they come about in order to de-escalate. So it is a part of that. And the good thing is, too, a lot of the training that our officers receive, we receive free of charge. So that's also.
But I'm asking about ongoing de-escalation training. Is that going to be, is that part of it? Is that in the budget?
Oh, yes, sir.
Okay, all right, because I think that's one of the most important types of training. You know, the active shooter training, certainly, we've got that, and certainly these are gonna be brave individuals, but it's so important that, that they have that de-escalation training. Okay, thank you.
Board members, if no more comments, is there a motion to endorse the Moore County School Police Expansion Plan request and to reallocate $562,946.24 in ESSER funds to partner with the Board of Commissioners in beginning the expansion?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Well, just 1 second.
Okay.
I was actually saving my remarks until
Okay,
there
I'm
was a motion.
sorry. Okay.
I was
Okay.
trying to follow, yes, I was saving most of my
Okay.
remarks until the motion, but I think Bob might have had a comment.
ahead.
Okay, the only thing I'm gonna do, and I'm not even gonna ask anybody to second it, because I don't think anybody's gonna agree with me, but I hope somebody might, but I'm gonna move that $562,000 be used on education remediation rather than on our officers, and that we ask our county commissioners to come up with that $562,000.
Is there a second?
I don't think that's how it works. I mean, you're wanting to amend.
I
you'll be
wanted to make the
amending
amendment,
motion.
I'm just letting everybody know if it dies for lack of a second, I just feel that I must make the amendment.
Was it two prongs? It was something about, it was training and then the 562.
No, it's solely, it has nothing to do with the training. It has simply as the $562,000 from the ESSER funds, that we not use that for the SROs, but that we use that for learning remediation.
Second. Is there a second?
I'll second it.
Okay. So any comments about Bob's motion?
I would like to comment on it.
Okay.
I should have seconded because, you know, almost every motion deserves a second, but.
That's okay, I
but-
understand that
Look,
some
look,
people
lear-
may disagree.
lear-
Most
learning
people
law,
may
lear-
disagree with me.
But let me say this, I'll tell you why I'm gonna vote against the amendment, and I think it's important that people know, is because although learning loss is a real thing, and we do need to address it, you know, what Mr. Paserno proposed is us using ESSER funds to effectively pay for the equipment. I mean, that's a fair request from the county commissioners, and I think that that's part of negotiations, and that's reasonable, and it's a separate issue. I know the money's not a separate issue, but it just kind of muddies the water a bit.
Okay. Any other comments?
You know, having made the first motion, let me just respond to the amendment as well. And I think we need to look at our school resource officers as a way to address learning loss also. Because it's our school resource officers that see that children who have been truant are back in school, or students who are homebound and needing extra services. They transport school employees to make sure that these extra things are delivered. They follow up with our guidance counselors with students who are having difficulties within a classroom or within a family. They do a lot of things that actually affect learning loss more than those of us sitting here will ever see. So it is an effective way to use those ESSER funds.
I have a comment. I think until the superintendent comes up with recommendations for our goals, to allocate money that we don't even know what, I think we need recommendations from the superintendent of what would be most beneficial for increasing our student achievement and raising the achievement at our schools. He knows better than we do what's needed, what we need to do that.
Okay, so, Bob, you have one more?
Yeah, I just wanted to be last. That was-
Okay, all
I haven't
right.
even started my comments yet. I defer to you.
No.
Go ahead, I defer to you, but
Okay,
you said you wanted to be last, but I haven't started.
I want to make sure everyone knows that I want to see our SROs expanded, my amendment only deals with where the money's coming from.
Exactly.
Okay, because we need these SROs. This is very, very, very important. You know, I just think that these ESSER funds need to go where I think Congress intended them to go. Hopefully, you know, we'll even get some money out of the legislature for additional SROs. But I want to make sure everyone knows that it's only where the money should come from, not the fact that we should have the money.
Okay. So at this time.
Let's vote for the
is-
amendment, and then
We're,
you can
we're,
talk.
we're voting on the amendment, okay?
Right, yes.
Want to make that clear. All in favor of Bob's amendment, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, let it be known by raising your hand. Okay.
It was close, right?
You got to vote, Bob, you got to vote.
We heard you loud and clear.
No, I
Now, to comment on
Yes.
the original motion.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just have a couple gratuitous comments, and then I'm going to get to the meat of the motion, because we talked about school lunches, we talked about extra money that we just found, and this isn't just digging around in your cushions and finding 75 cents. This is $1.5 million that we found. That's more than couch money. So anyway, a couple comments, and I'll get to the meat of the matter. First, for the people at home, I want to point out that there's a person that runs around and describes themselves as a public school advocate who always says, Hensley doesn't know what he's talking about. You cannot, this money's locked down. Money cannot be moved around, blah, blah, blah. This is a great illustration that that person has no idea what they're talking about. There are restrictions. There are lots of restrictions on money in education. However, money is fungible, most of the funds, and it is moved around a great deal. And this is yet another of dozens of examples that we've had just this year of moving money around, which is what a good superintendent and a good finance person does, is move money around. But there's a lot of misinformation out there that money cannot be moved around. And here we are moving millions of dollars around. So yes, in fact, it can be. The second thing is on finding the couch money. If my CFO in any of my companies came to me and said, I found $1.4 million, I would be very, very, very happy. And then after I got over being happy, I would sit down with the CFO and say, hey, I'm kind of concerned about finding $1.4 million. So I know we've had some turnover and this and that and, uncertainty and this and that, but we got to tighten that ship down a bit more. And along that lines, I would like to, this doesn't have to happen immediately, but, the federal government gives us X number of dollars per lunch. And it's clear, it's $4.2 million clear that we've not been spending X per lunch. We've been spending a fraction of that per lunch. And we've either been, as Bob has said, and I've said previously, we've either been cutting into we've either reduced the food quality, we've reduced the food quantity, or we are not paying our food service workers as much as the federal government thinks we should pay our food service workers. Because if the federal government says, and I forget the number, we're giving you $5.63, whatever it is, $3.75 per lunch, the federal government expects us to spend $3.75 per lunch. But the fact of the matter is, over the last 2 years, we have spent to the tune of $4.2 million under $3.75 per lunch. And we've been doing that. That money, it's been used to subsidize people who don't qualify for the program. And by the way, all those people out there, Hensley hates poor people. People qualify this for free and reduced lunch to 125% above the poverty line. And then after that, people are expected to pay the full boat. So what I would like, Dr. Locklear, is I would just like to know, again, it's not urgent, but I would like to know our cost per lunch. We're spending $2.35 per lunch, and here's how it breaks down. X percent is on labor, X percent's on food cost, X percent's on overhead. Because like Bob, I think that we should give our students, whether they can afford to pay it or not, they should get the full amount that the federal government reimburses us, that's what we should spend. And if we increase the food quality, that's great. If we increase the food quality, that's great. If we pay our people more, that's even better. But somewhere we've been skimping over the last 2 years to the tune of $400,000 a month. Actually more than that, because it's 10 months, not 12 months. So now let's talk about our SROs a bit. Mr. Paserno brought up a couple other, well, let me say this. I see, and I didn't catch this until now, I see the $500 Stop the Bleed training. I see training on here for our existing officers and our future officers for Stop the Bleed, but I don't see individual first aid kits in here. Do we already have IFACs for all of our, that's the tourniquet and combat gauze and all the hemostatic agent that you would have from Stop the Bleed?
We have tourniquets issued to all our staff. As far as the other part of what you asked for, I don't know if that's part of that kit. So that's something that I need to work on to get.
Yeah.
Assigned each one.
An IFAC, an individual first aid kit, they're pretty much standard throughout militaries in the world. I mean, certainly the U.S. military. It's a CAT tourniquet made in South Carolina by NARP. It's some sort of hemostatic agent, generally a quick clot combat gauze, and then it's bandages and stuff. And, you know, top shelf ones are $200, $250 each. So, you know, times however many officers we have. And again, I apologize, I didn't catch that until just now. But if you're gonna have Stop the Bleeding class, you probably ought to buy the stuff to stop the bleeding. Unless you want to pull your belt off and use that might work too. SRO pay, this is going to be a touchy subject, but you know, Mr. Paserno brought up a point in the county commissioners meeting. You know, we have a proposal here to make our pay on the same scale as the sheriff's department. One is, if we do that, I think that we'll end up hiring most of the sheriff's deputies. I'm not sure that's our intent. And I'll tell you why, and I think this was Mr. Paserno's point as to why Mr. Paserno said, why is the pay for an SRO the same as a deputy? And everyone's mind went to, and it was answered by the chief, well, you know, SROs risk their lives, you know, just like a regular officer. And that's absolutely true, and I do not take that from any law enforcement officer. However, SROs are not doing shift work. You know, they're not on patrol at 2 o'clock in the morning. SROs are not serving warrants. SROs are not raiding crack houses. SROs are not pulling people over on a lonely road at 3 o'clock in the morning. So it's not the same job, and it's not the same risk. And in law enforcement, I would suggest that the job of an SRO, it's certainly not less important. I will concede that, but it certainly is not as dangerous. And the demands on after hours shift work and weekend work are not the same. So, Chief, what's your response to that?
Our officers do work out after hours. We very seldom go home, especially during the sporting event time season.
I'm sorry, hold that. Are they salaried exempt, or they get paid overtime for that?
They are being paid out of, as I understand it, out of the sports pay funding that goes on.
Right, so the officers, if one of your officers works extra, say doing a Pinecrest football game, they're paid overtime from the athletic club.
It is not overtime, but it is paid for the hours that you work.
Okay, thank you. Anyway, so that's the first part of that question.
Okay, now
Oh, no, I was just talking about, the shift work and the, raiding crack houses, and pulling people over, on a lonely road at 3 o'clock in the morning. So I'm just talking about the difference in duties.
and I understand that, and I have pulled those positions in my last career. The one thing that I will tell you is that these officers are being put into place for a specific reason to protect that school and the staff and the students.
Right.
With that being said, if a situation arises, that officer may be there alone by themselves for many minutes until the backup arrives to encounter the potential deadly force issue that may be present. And that's the reason why I was trying to get a pay line, for number one. Number two, is to be able to attract help. Because right now, I've had 2 open positions since I came on board with the schools. And because of everything that's going on, my phone has rang 3 times this week for potential applicants wanting to come on board.
Oh, so let me say this, and I started off by conceding that any law enforcement officer, whether an SRO, whether the patrol, whether a detective, they all risk their lives, and they're all willing to do that. I do not take that away. Let me shift gears a bit. What does the Moore County School Police do to keep drugs out of our schools? And to
We
keep drug
assist-
dealing out of our schools?
We assist by monitoring the students. We also assist by handling any odors or anything like that, any complaints that the teachers get, or any complaints that are given directly to my staff. The officers investigate and work with administration to be able to rectify whatever that situation is right now.
Yeah, because I think everyone is concerned. I mean, you see it in the news, 110,000 or some Americans have died of fentanyl poisoning in the last year. That's twice as many people than died, that's twice as many Americans than died in the entire Vietnam War. And with these drugs from China flowing across our porous border and poisoning our children, plus other drugs, what do we do? Everything you've described has been reactive. What do we do proactively to prevent drug dealing and to keep drugs out of our schools?
Well, certainly, we have to have calls to search for anything that we
So students
suspect.
have an expectation of privacy.
They do. Administrators can go off a little less than what we do,
Mhm.
are able to do alone, and we don't do anything that we don't work with administration on.
So do you support the use of things such as random drug searches or drug dogs in our schools?
I believe that both of those have their place as far as when to be utilized. Now, we had dogs coming through our schools in months past and years past. And I don't know that they've found anything, Dr. Metcalf, can you help me with that? I don't think there was ever anything there.
We have used, make sure this is on, yeah. We have had drug dogs come through our schools a number of years ago. I think there was an incident that led us to move away from that, maybe 6 or 7 years ago. We've investigated several times about bringing the drug dogs back. I think COVID, we at one point had a plan to move forward with that, and then COVID occurred and paused that. We are always in discussion, are open to bringing that to the board, to bring the drug dogs back and do random checks in that
Right.
way at our schools. I would say the one thing we're leaving out that I think is one of the biggest ways to prevent drugs from coming into your schools is through relationships with your students. The relationships that allow them to share with you when there is a problem. And most of the time when we find them, it comes from a tip from a parent or from a student who has a relationship with an officer or a guidance counselor or with a teacher that leads to that. And that's our biggest strategy.
So when was the last time, rough order of magnitude, that we had drug dogs doing random unannounced searches in our schools?
Very hard for me to.
I mean,
what-
2 years, 5 years, a
about 5 or
decade?
6 years ago, yeah.
Yeah. So
Or more.
one of the reasons I bring this up is the chair, of all people, came out in support over the weekend of random drug dog searches in our schools. So I think that we should explore that. I'd like to see a report on the legality and effectiveness of random drug searches. And I can tell you this, this has been in the back of my mind since I've been on the school board, because, my twins graduated Pinecrest since I've been on this board. And, yeah, there's a lot of drug dealing in Pinecrest, and I assume our other schools, and we need to stop it. We need to do everything we can to keep this poison out. And I'm talking fentanyl, I'm talking meth, I'm not talking, things that people might consider more recreational drugs that, quite frankly, half the states have already legalized, just to make that clear. So if Mr. Simon wants to legalize weed, I'm 100% cool with that, but oddly enough, but I am not cool with people dealing meth and fentanyl and cocaine and other drugs in our schools. And it's happening because my daughters and their friends used to tell me about it. And there's parts of Pinecrest that they just wouldn't go to because they knew that that's what was happening there. And that's a firsthand testimony from my daughters and their friends that had no motivation to tell me this. So maybe we can add it to next week's agenda.
Well, next week may be a little ambitious,
Yeah.
but certainly we can bring back some, in collaboration with Mr. Schwartz and his team, the legalities around that, maybe make that part of either a board informational topic or
Yeah.
training of some sort. We are exploring bringing that back in our schools already in
Right.
exploration of that. Another clarification I would bring, there's two different levels standards, if you will, when you're dealing with a situation, whether it be with drugs or any situation. Our school police deal with probable cause to insert themselves into a situation. That's the legal standard there.
Right.
School administration is reasonable suspicion.
Right, well,
So
and, you
reasonable
know,
suspicion could be a kid just telling me something. It could be my own observation of
Right.
that looks suspicious, and then I have the ability to investigate and get involved with that student, and then it may get into the probable cause when I get more information to share with the police.
well, and I
And
mean,
so for the reasonable suspicion, is that an investigation that's followed up with the SRO, or the teachers
have-
don't put themselves in that position?
Reasonable suspicion would not meet the standard for the police to be involved.
So that's the teacher.
To search, that would be school administration.
Okay, school
To
administration.
perform a search or
Gotcha.
to dive into to an investigation, but you may cross that barrier or that threshold during your investigation as a
okay.
school administrator,
you
and then involve the school police.
Thank you for
and
explaining.
unless the laws change, and I'm not an attorney, but doesn't prevent me from speaking out, but unless the laws change, the reason why officers can have drug dogs is legally a drug dog is the extension of the officer's senses. So an officer, Chief Hardy said, oh, well, we can act on a smell, right? Well, when an officer has a drug dog, that drug dog's nose is an extension, so an officer doesn't need probable cause to have a drug dog. Anyway,
Okay.
again, we can get a report from Mr.
Okay.
Schwartz, but again, people will say, gosh, kids will be kids and, they're going to use drugs. Yeah, but that doesn't mean we have to accommodate. That doesn't mean we have to make it easy, especially on the people who are dealing drugs and are peddling this poison to our children. We just need to do
Ed?
everything we can.
Yes, comment on the drugs. We had a lot better feel for this when we were doing the Youth at-Risk Behavior Seminar, which some of the board members and parents didn't want because they were afraid the company was going to indoctrinate our children. We never used we just took parts of but we knew what was going on then. And we do not have that available now. So that would answer a lot of the questions that David has, and I'm not finished. And as far as the SROs go, we need to start thinking what benefits the students the most, not what we think should be done or what any particular person wants to be done. And by far, our SROs are much more beneficial for our students than sheriff's people or anybody else. They are trained, and you do not, if you all knew everything that our SROs have been doing for the past 10, 12 years that I've been here, it's not broadcast that really benefits our students. We need to make decisions on what's best for our students, and I fully support this motion because I feel by far it'd be the best for our students.
Board members, are we ready to
I
vote?
want to
Okay.
make just one comment, and this is just so it's on the record. In the mid-1990s, the Pinecrest PTSA raised the money to buy a drug dog. That drug dog was given to the Southern Pines Police Force and then used regularly in the high schools within our county up through at least 2010. Dr. Locklear, you may have been in the administration at Pinecrest when that dog was purchased, but it was used, I think, successfully. I can remember it coming through my classroom. If nothing else, it made good kids be a little better.
Hey, sit up a little
And,
straighter.
That's right. What was in my
Straighten your
backpack
seat,
this
yeah.
morning? And it made kids who might have been questioning, well, maybe I
Right.
could get away
Yeah,
with
it's
this,
preventive.
think again.
Exactly.
So, it's been done, and it's been done successfully.
Right.
A dog has, I think, a short working life and is relatively expensive when it comes to it. But I know that we have options available within our county because of other dog training programs and whatnot. So, you know, if it could make a difference, I do worry about the fentanyl. Halloween's coming up. There's all these fentanyl candies that our young children especially could be very vulnerable to. So perhaps we need to also look at some of the, because we don't have our SROs in our early classrooms, but that might be, an education program might be something that we want to make a part of a standard SRO job.
That's a good idea.
Not DARE, because I know that that's a program that's kind of come and gone and may or may not have been successful. I know there's a lot of people that say it wasn't,
It's
but
just the opposite.
our SROs would have that relationship with the children in our kindergartens and our third grades and could do a lot to educate them to make sure you check through that trick-or-treat bag
Yeah,
pretty
make it
carefully
focus.
before you eat that
Yeah,
candy.
I think it would be a proactive approach, because to Libby's point, any canine coming through a classroom, everybody's gonna know why, and, you know, do I need to start, you'll see them start grabbing or whatever. I just think that it would help us, help our SROs and our administration to be proactive and to search out drugs that we know probably are there. So, Bob, one more point.
Yeah, just one small point. Dr. Locklear, you and I had emailed about Narcan and making sure that our nurses were Narcan capable. I know our SROs are now, but, you know, our nurses need to be so as well. And you had told me that in order for them to be Narcan capable, we have to, and store the Narcan, we have to have certain changes in our policies. How is that coming along, and when can we expect to be able to store the Narcan in our schools?
There'll be a recommended policy that will be part of the policy committee's discussion at your next meeting, the policy committee's next meeting. We are searching for an appropriate policy to use as a template. There isn't one in the state of North Carolina, so we're working, our lead nurse is working on that. So it is something we're searching out, and hopefully have a policy recommendation the next time we bring those to you.
Okay, because there are two sides of the equation, and, you know, and having that Narcan ready could save a kid's life, because otherwise they'll have to wait for EMT, and they get there in a hurry, but sometimes they don't get there as quickly as is necessary.
This is why we need every SRO in every school.
That is exactly correct.
Right.
That is exactly correct.
Let's vote.
So at this time,
I haven't spoken all day. It won't take very long.
yeah,
Sorry, we don't have time, sorry, time.
go
Time's
ahead.
money, Philip.
I'm glad that we're moving forward with the school's police. It's something that really needs to happen, right? But what I'm concerned about is when we get this money, we need to be able to show that we are utilizing this money proactively, you know?
And Mr. Holmes, that is something that we could ask Chief and Dr. Locklear. That may be something that comes back in a monthly report, or certainly we want to have follow-up and revisit, you know, every couple of months or so, just to see where are we with our, you know, training, things that we have that we know are gonna be put in place. We just wanna be updated on the progress as we go. Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
All in favor of our motion at this time?
What was the motion? I'm just kidding.
The motion was that we proceed based on Dr. Locklear's recommendation to reallocate the $562,000 plus in ESSER funds to partner with our commissioners to begin the SRO expansion. All in favor, let it be.
I'm sorry, one clarification. So the $562,000 will only be used if the county commissioners agree to this plan?
That's correct.
Yes,
Yeah,
yes,
correct.
yes.
Okay.
All in favor at this time, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Thank you. We are through one agenda item, and now it's time for lunch.
So we will adjourn at this time. Is that okay?
Recess.
Recess, not adjourn, recess for lunch, and we will
So-
be back at, what, 1:15?
Wait, Madam Chair, why don't we finish item 3? I mean, I guess it doesn't matter,
The
but all we
budget
gotta,
resolution?
well, all we gotta do is, oh, no, you're right, I'm sorry. As you go. I will go back to sleep now. As you go.
Okay, so let's,
We'll
we
approve the
know,
out-of-state field trip, how
we
about
know
that?
that we have, we know that we have staff that need to be here to present, but let's break for lunch. We'll be back at 1:15, and then, we'll see how our next 2 items go.
phones are running slow.
We will call our work session meeting back to order. We are now down to our pending action and discussion items. First item is original budget resolution for 22-23 fiscal year. Dr. Locklear.
Thank you, Madam Chair, board members. Yes, this is an item for your consideration. Essentially, it is you voting on the original budget that our school district will be using this year. You probably recall that every quarter, I think the next time this will be brought to you with any amendments will be in January. You review that every quarter, and myself, along with our finance officer, our executive officer of budget and finance, will bring that to you for any changes or tweaks that happen along the year. So this is our original budget resolution. I want to again thank Ms. Sherry Chance, who's with us. I want to also thank the support team we've had working with Ms. Chance and the finance department as we're waiting for Ms. Edmonds to come on board. Ms. Mary Hazel Small has given us a lot of support as we've loaded this original budget. Ms. Small, the former finance officer in New Hanover County, so she's given us a lot of help and support in that process. So essentially, as outlined on the executive summary, you can see those various funds and how much is loaded into the budget for each of those funds. For state funding, Fund 1, a little over $93 million. For Fund 2, a little over $36 million. Fund 2 is local. Fund 3, federal funds, a little over $28 million. And capital expense, which is our local capital funds, in Fund 4, a little over $3 million, and that also includes rollover or carryover from fund balance in our capital fund of the sale of schools or projects that have been budgeted for but not been spent yet. Part of what the board was looking at last month as part of that discussion last month. In Fund 5, school nutrition, you can see a little over $8 million there. In local operations, which is grants, that's where we get grant reimbursements, Medicaid reimbursements, things of that nature. That's been loaded at about $3.5 million for total budget this current fiscal year of $173,522,721. This does represent an approximate increase over last year's original budget of 21%, and that's coming, a good bit of that is coming from state funds that are there for mostly salary and benefits. That's almost a $10 million increase there. We did have, as you know, a substantial increase in local funding of almost $4 million. Federal programs and additional funding loaded into there for $13 million approximately increase.
Does this include ESSER funds?
Yes, sir. This
Okay.
includes ESSER.
Which one, Fund 3? They're included in
Fund 3 is ESSER fund, yes, sir.
Okay, I was gonna ask that question because that seems rather large.
Yes, sir, that includes our ESSER funds, so we have about 20 million left in there to spend.
Okay, so the federal, just to be clear, the federal funds are normally about 8 million a year, is that correct?
Somewhere between 8 and 12 million, yes, sir.
Okay.
This includes our local capital. It had some increase, as I noted, from that budgeting of the carryover fund balance. And of course, we've already talked about in some detail the child nutrition cash reserves. And just want to highlight the few things from this original budget. The state and county funding increases primarily for salary and benefit increases. As we've discussed in the past, when we have a local funding increase in operational funds, that is also distributed proportionally with our charter schools. We've noted the one-time COVID relief ESSER funds that are included in this budget. And as the board endorsed last month, this also budget is $1,739,500 of local fund balance to offset estimated costs to fund our Board of Education priorities. Talked about the capital outlay fund, including $2.1 million in fund balance appropriation in capital funding. That's proceeds from building sale and carry forward project balances. And then we've talked about that school nutrition cash reserves, child nutrition department cash reserves, and the requirement to spend down those reserves, which we've discussed in the previous discussion we had before lunch. Also, I want to note that the Moore County Board of Education maintains a minimum $2 million general fund balance. That's that floor. We always talk about that $2 million floor for cash flow purposes. And that's to cover, as we've noted, cash flow, delayed receivable grant reimbursements, and other delayed payments. That require supplemental cash reserves throughout the course of the fiscal year, and the board shall not apply said fund balance to cover general operating expenses. The proposed budget that you'd be voting on Monday, or Tuesday rather, maintains an estimated unassigned fund balance of $2.7 million. So that's $700,000 above that $2 million floor. That's what that $2.7 million indicates. And so also wanted to point out, you see if you pull up the new bus driver pay schedule, Catherine, please. I also want to point out that this budget resolution also includes the revised pay scale for our bus drivers based on the $15 minimum per hour. That's been revised coming into this budget year as well. That wasn't part of what you looked at before, so it is part of this original budget resolution. So certainly, I will answer any questions that I'm able based on this. But again, because of my recommendation to approve this, and we, of course, will bring back updates to this as we move along throughout the year.
Thank you, Dr. Locklear. Is any questions? Mr. Levy?
Yeah, just, number one, this does include the lowering of class sizes in grades 4 and 5, correct?
Yes, sir, that's part of the
All right.
1.7 million, yes, sir.
All right, and, okay. Oh, that's fine, just, I just wanted to make sure of that.
David, do you have a question?
So I have an observation and a question. So my observation on the school nutrition funds, spend $8 million a year, make a net profit of $2 million a year. A 25% net profit is awesome for any company. We shouldn't have made 25%, but hats off. Any retail place that could make 25% net would be very happy, but that's not here's my question. On page 2, Dr. Locklear,
Yes, sir.
on the school nutrition, I really don't understand the second half of that paragraph that says the school nutrition budget, here's the part I don't understand, includes an appropriation of $2.3 million. I don't understand what we're saying by an appropriation. And also, I don't understand the last part, along with one-time payment of indirect costs of half the state calculated. So if you could maybe flesh
Yes,
that out a
thank you.
bit, please.
Great question. That's alluded to that earlier. I didn't explain it in detail. The appropriation basically is a budgeting term that we're appropriating that cash reserve fund balance for these purposes in order to meet the required spend down that we have to have of that cash reserve. And as we shared earlier, as I shared earlier, that includes the capital equipment needs. It includes the food and the labor costs And it also includes that charging indirect cost to that cash reserve at about an 8% rate. And then that cash reserve amount will be kept in the Fund 8 fund, earmarked for child nutrition purposes in the future. So that indirect cost, and the reason it notes that at half the state calculated indirect cost rate, that's basically close to the maximum we can charge. And that's why that's noted there. That was terminology that I worked with Ms. Small on using.
Yeah, so let me, I still don't understand, so let's put some numbers to this. So we have $4.3 million in the food budget, roughly, right? 4 point something.
4.2.
Cash reserves.
Yeah, cash reserves, and then there's gonna be 2.3 million. So are we talking the cash reserve here, or are we talking combination of cash reserves and income throughout the entire year? I think we're mixing the two in this paragraph, because the numbers don't add up, or at least as I
That
understand
is
it.
just referring to the $2.3 million of cash reserve we have to spend down. That's what that's referring to.
Okay, so the
Yeah.
2.3 million extra, okay, that's good to know. So the 2.3 million extra is gonna be used to offset increases in salary for our cafeteria workers, benefit their benefits and food cost, capital equipment needs, which we talked about. So I'm good with that, along with a one-time payment of indirect cost at half the state okay, so there's two things I don't understand about this.
That's gonna be about, just so you know, the number, what that's estimated to be is somewhere between $550,000 to $560,000 that may be charged that indirect cost may generate throughout the year. That's the estimate of what that would be, set aside in a Fund 8 account, and not anything charged to it. We'd be setting it aside for child nutrition needs in the future.
But isn't that what our reserve is for? Isn't that what, so
Well,
we're setting up a separate fund in addition to our so we have a nutrition cash reserve fund. And then in addition, we're setting up, Bob would call this a slush fund, you call it a reserve account. We're gonna start building up a reserve account to replace depreciating equipment.
And say a couple things about that. Yes, that could be used to replace depreciated equipment or equipment that's end of life when we don't have any other source to do that with. It could be vehicle replacement, it could be some other things. In past, historically, we haven't charged indirect cost to our child nutrition because we haven't been over that minimum required operation in your cash reserves to do that.
Okay, so what you're doing, I just want to be clear, because I want to understand and be transparency. So in the past, overhead, we're charging the school by the way, I do this within my companies, all my little divisions get, they pay the overhead of the corporate headquarters. So when you're saying the indirect cost, are you saying that the school nutrition program, we are charging them like their section of operating the central office is like, say, corporate overhead? Is that what that
I
is?
think that's a general way to describe it, yes, sir.
So, and then.
And we're allowed to do that at certain rates based on
No,
our state.
right, I understand. So, and again, I just want to understand, and certainly Pam understands this. So what we're doing is we're taking our corporate overhead and we're allocating a portion of our corporate overhead to the school nutrition program so that we can take that money out and reimburse ourselves for our corporate overhead.
Essentially,
Yeah.
yes.
And again, I'm not criticizing, I am not passing any judgment. I may actually be in support of it. So this is a way to get money, a legitimate way to get money out of the school nutrition program to reimburse us for our corporate overhead, which exists.
And then it stays in our reimbursement fund, which is Fund 8, where we get reimbursement funds, whether it be from Medicaid or whatever. And it will be in an account there that we'll be able to track, and we certainly can report back on the board about where that is as we move through the year.
Okay, so a couple questions on this. And again, look, notionally, I understand and support it, because corporate overhead's corporate overhead, Pam, people, accountants understand that. But why, okay, so if we're gonna use this mechanism, why are we limiting ourselves to using that money only for school nutrition programs?
That would be a board decision. I didn't want to do anything else with it except where it was coming from
Okay, so
as
once,
superintendent.
so I guess my question is, once it's charged to corporate overhead, then it becomes unencumbered money.
That's correct.
So then we could like, replace the chair I'm sitting in with it.
Yes, sir.
That's an inside joke. Because everyone's wondering why the Board of Education's laughing. That is an inside joke, as you can tell from Pam's laughter. Okay, so so basically what we're doing is we're allocating what the non-education world would call, the non-government world would call corporate overhead. We're doing a corporate overhead allocation to the school nutrition program, and we're taking that money out, and then we can do with it what we choose.
That's correct.
And so, how much money is that? There's not a
Again,
figure.
estimating somewhere between 550 to 560,000.
Okay, and then this 2.3 million takes into account the 500,000 for the SRO. Wait, what were we gonna do with that?
That takes into account that funds.
Yeah, the money that
funding the
moved
capital
around with the
equipment.
ESSER funds and the SROs.
That's correct.
Okay, thank you. Those
Yep.
were my questions.
Yep.
So my one question is, just so that we are clear, when you talk about salaries, like for the child nutrition services team, are we taking a different, I'm gonna say allocation from, just like we did the decompensation for our school support team? So do we take so much of those dollars for everybody and then stop and take dollars from what we have in child nutrition services for that team? Or is it all out of,
Those payrolls, the payroll of our child nutrition team is charged from their budget. And so
that's,
that always happens, but
okay,
this will enable us to account for that increase
okay.
in labor costs that we have based on the state raises and the decompression of the
Okay.
salary scale.
Okay, so those raises and dollar amounts are always come out of that?
Yes,
Out
ma'am.
of the child, okay, all right.
If I could rephrase what I said, to make it more palatable, at least in my mind. So basically, here's what's happening. Here's the deal, right? Is we have too much money in our nutrition fund, and apparently we have to get rid of it. And rather than spend it recklessly, we're using this accounting method. I didn't use gimmick. We're using this accounting method, which allows us to apply corporate overhead and take that money out of the school nutrition program so that we're compliant with how much money we have in there. Then it's up to the board to determine whether we spend that for its original intent, which is the meal program, which I would be inclined to do, or we could buy an activity bus or something.
Yes, sir. That would be up to the board.
Okay, so this is an accounting method to bring us in compliance, to get our fund balance down, and then still have the money, rather than squander it recklessly, which a bunch of government people do. Oh, end of year, let's go buy 10,000 toner cartridges or something. So rather than squander it recklessly, we are thoughtfully putting it in a reserve account using this accounting method.
Yes, sir.
To back to Bob's point, where we could take it as we feel like we need to and
Like
spend
custard
it
machines.
on school, student remediation or those type things as we get into, trying to, give resources as needed. We would have $550,000 to $560,000 that we could spend down.
Correct, and that's an estimate. you know,
Okay,
but-
okay,
But we'll have to track as we move
Right.
through the budget.
right.
And Pam, once it becomes corporate overhead, then
Unless it
it's
becomes
corporate
corporate
overhead. You
overhead,
do whatever
yeah.
you want with it.
Especially during
We
the
can
winter
pay all
months.
those extra teachers that
With
we
the
were paying
way-
this
exactly.
year with
Yeah,
money for next year.
just, now, we've got $4.2 million in this fund, okay? Are we going to get a detailed description of how that money is going to be spent before it's spent? That's actually 2.2 million, because we have to keep 2 million in the fund. Because I sort of believe that much of this money needs to be used to raise the quality and quantity of food in the cafeteria, and, or to do something for the kids. There's something in the pit of my stomach about using it for purposes other than child nutrition, even if we're allowed to do it. So are we going to get a detailed budget as to how this $2.2 million is going to be spent?
Be happy to try to provide even more detail than the information that I'm sharing today with you. Also be happy, maybe combine that with bringing back some additional information that Mr. Hensley requested earlier about the meal program and how much do we get from the federal government versus how much does each meal cost, and maybe combine all that with a little deeper dive into this
Yeah.
information.
Yeah, and if I could interject here real quick, Bob, I understand where you're going. If we want to increase the food quality, then it really starts with a breakdown of where the existing money we spend, you know, as a percentage, where it goes, where each percent of each dollar goes.
And we want to make sure, as Mr. Hensley said before, that we're not taking money from our poor kids to put it into, you know, that the government is giving us for their nutrition and putting it into this surplus for which we're going to use it elsewhere. We've got to make sure that this money can be used to help the quality and quantity of the food for kids, because that's what the fund is there for.
Any additional comments, board members? Thank you. We will move next to our out-of-state field trip. Dr. Locklear.
Yes, I think Dr. Metcalf is standing in for Dr. Powers. This is a out-of-state field trip, similar to ones we had last month of Elise Middle School requesting to take their 8th graders to D.C. Dr. Metcalf.
I will do my best to fill in for Dr. Powers. Yes, this is from Elise Middle School, requesting an 8th grade students be allowed to travel to Washington, D.C., support of their middle grade social studies curriculum. They'll learn and experience the United States history through the museums, monuments, and other local historical sites. The trip is planned for March 22nd through March 24th.
Any comments, questions, board members?
The only comment I have, and it's just a silly one, she misspelled 2 things, and it really bugs me as a teacher.
We will get that corrected.
And Libby didn't find that. You found it. Libby's the English teacher.
Thank you so much. And so next we have our draft meeting agenda items to be determined. Dr. Locklear, do we have any board items to discuss that we have a placeholder for, or
We do, yes,
Okay.
ma'am. I believe they're on the agenda, Cindy. We have 2 informational items
Okay,
for the board next week, just based on timing of when the ORD, NC State ORD group could come and present to the board. And you may recall the ORD group is doing the forecast membership for Moore County schools and forecasting out where in the next 5 years where our membership will be in our schools and what schools may be out of capacity at the end of that time or what the capacity may look like. So ORD's been doing some research there, the NC State's ORD department. Will be reporting to us next week, and we will, in combination of that, come right behind that and brush the dust off where we left the discussion around master facility planning. Mr. Braff will be leading both of these items for us.
so both of those items will be on our Monday agenda, is what you're
Yes,
saying?
ma'am, and
'Cause we
couldn't
had-
get it today because ORD just couldn't be ready by
Okay.
today, but we pushed them to
Okay.
get this in next week.
Okay, all right. So in addition to those 2 items, we have the original budget resolution, which I have as a consent item, unless someone feels differently. And the out-of-state field trip will be a consent item. And those 2 items are, that you had just shared, the ORIED and the master facilities, those are up for discussion and no vote?
That is
or-
correct. They're just
Okay, so
informational
they're
topics.
they're just report, okay. All right, anything, David?
So Pam looks at me like, oh my God. I have something I'd like to be added to the agenda next week.
Okay.
And I apologize, this is not a trick, this is nothing. It actually came out of last week's community engagement session, class, I don't want to call it class, a community engagement event that the superintendent had last week. And one of the questions that came up was the school calendar. And everybody on the planet except the tourism industry is dissatisfied with the school calendar. So I think there's broad, right, I mean, teachers, administrators. So I would like added,
Okay.
I would like added as a potential action item, because I have an idea. I just haven't, it depends on what the report looks like, but I would like added to the next week's agenda, a report on General Statute 115C-84-2, which of course everyone here, the administrators know, sets the, it's the North Carolina General Statute on the school calendar, anyway, what I would like is I'd like for the superintendent to give a brief, an informational brief, include the effects on the effects of that school calendar on education. I would like the viewpoint of professional educators on the effects, good or bad, of that calendar. And I would like a list of the school districts that have exemptions. And I would like a list in your brief of the school districts who are defying that North Carolina general statute. Because, well, we'll see what the report says, but it is absolutely ridiculous if, as I understand it, the education of our children, which we have a fiduciary responsibility to ensure is the best we can, if that is being degraded in any way, shape, or form by this school calendar, then we as a board have a duty to really look at that. And, if other school districts are defying the state law for the betterment of their children's education, then we should look at that, and we should look at that from different angles. So I would like a report on it, and then based upon what we see, I think we have a discussion and we explore our options.
Okay, Dr. Locklear.
I think we have some information I believe we can pull that we presented in the past, because we looked at some innovative school calendars in the past and presented some information to former board about that, when there was a little window of opportunity to do things like that. So we can bring back as best possible in the short turnaround as much information as we can. And when you say, just want to make sure I understand what you're asking, Mr. Hensley, if I may. When you're talking about the impact of the calendar, you're saying the impact of the potential calendar that the law doesn't allow, or the current impact of our calendar, what the downsides of our current calendar?
What I would like to know is the downside, if any, of the current state mandated calendar. Something that comes to mind just off the top of my head is in 49 other states in this United States, students take their final exams, then they drop their pack and they enjoy a relaxing 2 weeks off, focusing on family, Christmas, and relaxing, and then they come back to school rejuvenated. And they don't, they're not worried about finals over the weekend. And I think you made a statement in the town hall, the community engagement series, that there's evidence that that affects student grades. So anyway, that's the sort of stuff I'm looking at is, look, here's a state law, here's what the state law says, here's the effects, it causes us to bridge our first semester, and here's the effects of that, good or bad. And then we can discuss those, but.
Community college is one too.
Well, there's all kinds of problems. It's, 49 states, 49 states plus every college in North Carolina has a schedule that makes sense. It's only North Carolina public schools. And I think us as a board, to do our fiduciary responsibility based upon what we see in this report, we need to be willing to stand up and tell the state, no, we're gonna do what we think's best for our children and our children's education.
I know we tried a few years back.
We've
And they
had bills,
Yeah.
Jamie and Tom have both
Oh,
filed bills
You
to
know,
handle it.
Yeah, I'm not talking about filing bills. I'm talking doing exactly what we did with the social studies standards, just saying no.
Okay.
You know, if you're gonna, you know, if the North Carolina DPI cannot get their stuff to us in a timely manner and blah, 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 then we're just not gonna implement these new academic standards. And I think that if there was ever a case to stand up and tell the politicians, no, we're gonna do what's best for our children, especially if I heard correctly last week that there's other school districts, and I don't see Governor Cooper sending his, you know, state troopers down and shutting them down, so apparently other school districts are doing what they think best for their children. So anyway, I would just like, and again, I think you guys could throw something together, and we can talk about it next week.
Okay.
We'll do our best. Yes, sir. To bring something that outlines that and gives some information.
Okay. All right, we will move on to our reports, information, and discussion, and we have a review of our school's key outcomes. Dr. Locklear.
Thank you, ma'am. Really appreciate the opportunity to share our key outcomes with today. I want to thank Ms. Kate Fall, who always does an outstanding job as our Director for Planning, Accountability, and Research. Dr. Metcalf, who's here to share this out. This is definitely a robust report of the school district's key outcomes. It's one of our longer briefings that we'll give to you, but it's because we want to make sure we're sharing all the information we possibly can about the district's key outcomes and the context of those key outcomes. I think what you'll see in this report is there are definitely things from our state accountability results that I, superintendent, and I think we as a school district can be very proud of. There's definitely growth. There's definitely places where we definitely want to honor and celebrate what our schools and our teachers, our staff, and our kids accomplish. But while there are certainly areas that we can celebrate, there are also significant areas in need of improvement. And as we've talked about before, those are areas that we're targeting in on at a deeper level than we ever have, and we're going to be working diligently throughout the year for continuous improvement. And I truly am excited and fired up about the work our teachers, our staff, and our district teams doing this year to do that. You know, and we're also going to see, as I've heard you talk about already this morning, we do have 2 F schools based on the current SPG ratings that have come out, and certainly that's unacceptable. But at the same time, we certainly want to honor and greatly appreciate the incredible hard work of our staffs and our kids at Robbins and Aberdeen, and they themselves would tell you, just as we would, that we're targeting and we're working hard, and I very much believe we won't have F schools very long here in Moore County Schools. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Kate and Mike, and I'm sure Kate and Mike won't mind if you have questions along the way to ask them, but it is a robust report. So Mike?
Yes,
And before they take over, I was going to ask board members to let you guys get through the presentation and then ask questions afterwards.
we would love that.
Because I just think it helps the flow. So board members, if you have questions, just jot those down, and certainly we'll have plenty of time after Dr. Metcalf and Kate gets finished with the presentation.
Well, thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Dr. Locklear. As the board knows, we really appreciate the opportunity to share the key outcomes, our capstone outcomes, every year. We've been sharing these out for a number of years, and appreciate the opportunity to share the, as Kate and I like to call, the good, the bad, and the ugly. And there's some really good that we're proud of, as Dr. Locklear mentioned. There's some things that we know that we've got work on, and there's some things that are ugly that we need to be open and honest about as well. Do appreciate all the work that our staff does, but we accept the results and are focusing ourselves on that work. And I will note, I just wanted to throw up the school's strategic plan, because as you will recognize, many of the goals from the strategic plan really do correspond and connect to the concerns that we see throughout the data, whether that be growth, whether that be some grade level proficiency, subgroups, the school improvement grades. It's connected to our strategic plan. We will be reporting back, as you know, on our progress throughout the year with our strategic plan, and I really appreciate the work of the board and others as we develop that strategic plan to connect the data to that work. So thank you very much for that. We're going to be working on a number of things today, pretty comprehensive. We'll talk about the end of grade and end of course performance. We'll mention the Lexile reading levels, school growth, school performance grades, ACT performance, college and career promise, participation success, our CTE, career technical vocational education credentials, ACT work key performance, dropout rates, cohort graduation rate, postgraduate success. We'll also try to put it into context. It's always good to see the data in context. Talk a little bit about our areas of focus that we've gleaned from our initial review of the data, areas that we think we really need to focus on. And then we'll talk a little bit about next steps, what we're going to be presenting to the board in the coming weeks. And so we're going to get started with Ms. Fall. Oh, I should mention this. I'm obligated to mention this. There's always some limitations to the data. There's some limitations on this, partly because of COVID and what have you. The trend data is disrupted. And DPI themselves said it's hard to do any comparison. So you have to have what we've been through the last several years in your mind as you look at the data. That's not meant to be an excuse for where we're at. It's just meant to be consciously aware of some of the limitations with the data. So I share that out before Kate gets started.
So before we get too far into the data, I did want to point out that everything we're sharing with you is technically still preliminary until the Board of Education votes, a State Board of Education votes to finalize later this week. There was a data correction window that closed recently, and while Moore County did not have any data corrections, and our data will not change, there might be slight changes to the state data in some cases. So first off is proficiency. Proficiency consists of student performance on the end of grade, EOGs, in grades 3 through 8 English Language Arts, grades 3 through 8 Math, and grades 5 and 8 Science. And on the end of course are EOC exams in English 2, NC Math 1, NC Math 3, and Biology. Grade level proficiency, also known as GLP, is the percent of students who score at or above achievement level 3 on the 5-level scale. This is the standard measure for North Carolina accountability calculations and is referred to as the performance composite. As you can see, Moore County's overall proficiency in all subjects and grades was 56.6%, up 4.7 percentage points from last year. As a point of reference, Moore County continues to outperform the state proficiency, which was 51.4% last year. We also review the overall proficiency of various subgroups. For this analysis, we focused on racial subgroups, economically disadvantaged or EDS students, students with disability, also known as SWD, and academically and intellectually gifted AIG students. This table demonstrates that our white students are far outperforming our minority peers. Additionally, overall, Moore County black students are underperforming comparative to the state's overall performance. Our AIG student performance remains high, while EDS and students with disability performance is over 20 percentage points lower than the district average. However, it is right in line with the state. When we break down the overall composite into subtests of English, math, and science, we can get a much better picture of where our strengths and weaknesses are, thus making it a good way to identify targeted needs. In terms of English language arts performance, Moore County continues to perform above the state average. The proficiency composite in grades 3 through 8 English, students have performed more than 5 percentage points above the state in all but 2018-19, with the last year being 5.2 percentage points above state performance. At the high school level, English 2 is 7 percentage points higher than the state average, and while lower than last year, English 2 students are 2.6 percentage points above the 2018-19 pre-pandemic performance.
I'm holding questions.
Okay. While comparison to the state is helpful in terms of determining how we are doing overall, our strongest point of information is trend data. Therefore, we focus heavily on individual test performance and pay close attention to the performance year to year. It is important to note that due to the COVID-19 factors that the 2020, 2021 and 2021-22 years is not an equitable comparison to previous years. However, it is a data point that tells us how we are doing at this time, including where we are and where we need to be, especially in terms of recovery. That said, it is important to keep the disruption of the last 2 years in mind, but to focus on 4 years, or in some case, more than 4-year trends is extremely important. In terms of English language arts performance, there has been a 3-year trend in downward performance in reading grade 3. Grades 4 and 8 have almost returned to pre-pandemic performance, and English 2, while lower than last year, is still above pre-pandemic performance. Again, within each subgroup, we look at subgroup performance, and as a reminder, the ELA test measures students' understanding of the curriculum standards in English language arts. The comparison you see here mirrors the overall composite subgroup, with Black students underperforming compared to other groups and to the state, and with economically disadvantaged and students with disability in line with state performance. However, overall in grades 3 through 8, the district as a whole is 5.2 percentage points above the state average and 7 percentage points above the state in English 2, which is typically taken by 10th grade students. Switching gears to the math curriculum, which includes math in grades 3 through 8 and high school North Carolina Math 1 and North Carolina Math 3. Moore County continues to outperform the states in grades 3 through 8 last year by 4.9 percentage points. High school math shows an increase in performance over the previous year, with North Carolina Math 1 being up 1.6 percentage points and Math 3 is up 9.1 percentage points. As you can clearly see, Math 1 was hit particularly hard across the state during the pandemic instruction, but we are slowly starting to see recovery. And see Math 3, most typically an 11th grade course, however, has continued to show an increase in performance since the test was first introduced in 2018-19, and Moore County has significantly outperformed the state. Looking at the trend for the individual tests, we can clearly see that math instruction was impacted by the 2019-2020 and 2020-21 instruction. However, Moore County is making great strides in recovery and in some cases surpassing pre-pandemic performance, with all grades showing improvement over last year. In most cases, significant improvement. We already noted the need to focus on North Carolina Math 1. On the other side of the equation, grades 6 and North Carolina Math 3 are already above the 2018-19 proficiency levels. Grade 6, 4.3 percentage points above, and NC Math 2, 11.5 percentage points above. Math subgroup performance in grades 3 through 8, while higher than ELA, still shows the same trends, with white students significantly outperforming minority peers and economically disadvantaged and students with disability in line with state performance and drastically below the overall average.
Madam Chair, could I ask you
Sure,
indulgence for something?
sure, yes,
I am
go
sorry.
ahead.
I have a question.
Yes, sir.
And it really applies to all these slides, and I've had this question since I've sat in that chair. So, economic disadvantaged students, right? So on one side, you have race-based. By the way, for a colorblind society, we sure do track a lot of statistics by race, just FYI. But anyway, on the left, we have race-based subgroups, and on the right, we have economic disadvantaged. One thing that, this has never painted a complete picture, and I'll tell you why, is what percentage of those economic disadvantaged students are Black? What percentage of them are white? And really, in order to fully understand these statistics, you need to know the racial breakdown of the economic disadvantaged students, because it might be that our non-economic disadvantaged Black students are doing every bit as well as the non-disadvantaged white people, and it's really an economic issue, not a race issue.
That's a very fair statement. I would say the same is also true for students with disability and actually all of our other subgroups. However, these are the subgroups that the state
Right,
reports
I
out,
understand.
and these are the ones that we've focused on. I will tell you that economically disadvantaged is a very difficult one because it is the only one where we can't identify who those students are. That information is confidential, and so we don't even know which exact students fall into that category. It's the only
Understand.
category that's like
But
that.
do we know them by race?
No.
So we just it's just a blob, it's just a lump
Correct.
that we're presented.
Correct.
Because it really, you cannot accurately analyze this unless you know the racial breakdown of the economic. I've been thinking this for almost 2 years that I've been on this board.
It absolutely is a limitation of how the data is reported.
Yeah.
We do not have any other data other than this economically disadvantaged identified students. We don't know who they are, so therefore we can't break it down. It's not reported any other. The only thing we do get is the exact number of students that fall in that category, as we do with every one of these categories.
Okay.
And are those students ones that are classified with free and reduced lunch?
That is one of the measures that the state uses to identify them, not completely, but that's
Okay.
one of the major ones, yeah.
So,
Okay.
so the state gives us that information?
Yes, sir.
And we don't actually get that information for ourselves?
Correct.
We know it for each school, but not by ethnic group.
Correct.
So you can take that and then take, the ethnic groups at the school, and it gives you a better idea, but it's almost impossible.
It is. It's an impossible factor and absolutely a limiting factor.
Here's an example, and again, just if you'll
Yeah.
indulge me, and this is just an example. We hear, gosh, minority students can't learn unless they're being taught that by someone who looks like them. Well, if you dig into it, it might be that, the minority students that are doing poorly are because they're economically disadvantaged. So getting teachers that look like them may do absolutely nothing. If we want teachers that look like them, we need to hire destitute teachers. I say that in jest.
We've got a lot of destitute
Well,
teachers.
okay, I open myself up for that, but anyway, that's the obvious response. But anyway, you see what I'm saying is,
Yeah.
you really cannot analyze this until we understand the racial makeup of the economic, that's a huge missing piece.
And I would also say that you also should keep in mind that students can fall into multiple categories. There may
Oh,
be
they
one
will,
student
right.
who is white, economically disadvantaged, a student with a disability, but also AIG, or also military or homeless. So you're absolutely correct. That's a fair point.
And I'm sorry, I've been thinking that for 2 years.
Sorry.
I've been thinking that for 12 years.
Fair enough. So continuing on with the high school, as you can see, the high school math tells a very similar story. The breakdown looks almost identical. On the left, you'll see North Carolina Math 1, which is a mostly 9th grade course, although we do have a substantial portion that take it in 8th grade as well. And then you also have students in the higher grades taking it. And then NC Math 3 tends to be an 11th grade course for most of our students. Science is given in the capstone years of elementary and middle school, grades 5 and 8, and in high school biology, which is typically taken in the 10th or 11th grade. As you can see, Moore County science performance has and continues to remain notably higher than the state. There was a noticeable decline in performance in 2020-21, but performance is up in the past school year. Trend data for the test shows significant increasing trends in science grades 5, with a steady recovery already underway in biology, and biology telling a similar story. Science grade 8 has almost completely rebounded and is by far the highest performance on the EOGs and EOCs in the district at 80% proficient. District and school staff are already doing analysis on the successes felt here.
What is 8th grade science? Is it earth science?
Mostly, I believe, but I'd have to verify that one with Donna Gephardt. It's a combination. It's multiple subjects, but I think it's heavily on that. Subgroup performance in science still shows a discrepancy in minority performance, but performance overall is higher than ELA and math. That said, the pattern holds with the subgroups and reiterates the need to focus on the individual group and closing the gap. Shifting gears away from the overall test performance, we also review students' ability to read. The North Carolina English Language Arts End of Grade, EOG, and End of Course, EOC assessments, while designed to measure the student's understanding of the grade and subject standard, also measures Lexile reading scores. The only reading test issued at the high school level is in 10th grade, English 2. Using the Lexile grade bands and the EOC, EOG scored Lexile, it is possible to determine how many of our students are, quote, reading on grade level, based on that English 2 assessment. Last year, 81% of all students taking the 10th grade English were reading at or above grade level. This is a slight increase, 2 percentage points above the 2018-19 pre-pandemic performance. We have maintained the same range for the past 5 years. School growth is different than proficiency. While proficiency measures a student's grade level understanding, growth measures the amount of ground a student gains from year to year. So a student who is not necessarily at grade level proficiency could potentially be closing the gap by making 1 or more years worth of growth. School growth is calculated using all students' previous school years and current school year scores on all EOG and EOC assessments. While no data was reported for 1920 or 2021 school years due to the disruption of the pandemic, this year, Moore County had 14 schools meet or exceed growth. 6 schools maintained their met expected growth status.
And
School
how
perform-
many schools did not?
Seven. Sorry, seven.
And that is an upward trend.
Correct. That is an upward trend in those not met. Yes, sir.
Yes, that's my concern, because there's so many people who get up and say, well, we need to emphasize growth more than proficiency. And I get it, but when you don't meet growth, and that is on an upward trend, in other words, more schools are not meeting growth, then we have a problem.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Correct. School performance grades are mandated in General Statute 115C-83.15, which states, quote, "The school achievement score shall account for 80%, and the school growth score shall account for 20% of the total sum. For all schools, the total school performance grade shall be converted to a 100-point scale." Again, no data was reported for the past 2 school years previous to this, but this past year, 2 schools scored an F for the 21-22 school year, Aberdeen Elementary and Robbins Elementary. 8 schools showed a decrease in letter grade performance between 2018-19 and 21-22. 11 schools maintained their performance from 18-19 to 21-22, and 1 school, Southern Middle School, increased their performance. In addition, General Statute 115C-105.37 denotes low-performing schools as those with a school performance grade of D or F and a school growth measure of met or not met expected growth. Using that criteria, Moore County has 5 low-performing schools: Aberdeen Elementary, Cameron Elementary, Robbins Elementary, Southern Pines Elementary, and Westmore Elementary. However, on a positive note, Southern Middle is no longer a low-performing school because their school performance grade has increased to a C. Although I will note that they are still classified as a recurring low-performing because they were low-performing for 2 of the past 3 years.
Let me ask one question with regard to
Repeat
that.
that for, can you repeat those schools again?
The schools that are low-performing:
Please.
Aberdeen Elementary, Cameron Elementary, Robbins Elementary, Southern Pines Elementary, and Westmore Elementary.
Okay.
And let me ask, you're not taking Southern Middle's rise too seriously on account of what I've been saying for 2 years, and that is that this board decided to basically take most of West Southern Pines, which is African American, and put it in Cranes Creek. Put them in Cranes Creek and take them out of Southern Middle, which I think was a very, very, I believe it was a shameful move. That's just my belief. So we're not sort of beating our drums and saying, look at Southern Middle, how it got a rise. I'm more concerned about those African American students who are now in Cranes Creek, who may not be getting the same attention as they got in Southern Middle, and are also being bused much farther away from their house. That concerns me. So I just would say that.
Okay. Elise Middle is also no longer a low-performing school since they exceeded expected growth. To get a full picture of academic performance in our schools, we must look beyond the single EOG or EOC test and deeper than the school performance grades and growth. Another major measure of academic success is the ACT assessment. All 11th graders are required by the state to take the ACT assessment. The ACT consists of curriculum-based educational developmental tests in English, math, reading, and science designed to measure the skills needed for success in the first-year college coursework. The composite score is based on who met the North Carolina system benchmark of 19. While the decrease in performance seems drastic, it is very important to note that the benchmarks for success changed significantly this past year. In the 21-22 and all previous years, the UNC system, in 2021, the UNC system changed its enrollment measure from 17 to 19. Therefore, the 21-22 performance data really marks a new baseline for the data, as there's now a new measure of success. That said, Moore County students still continue to outperform the state with scores 3.7 percentage points higher than the state average. Moore County also has a strong partnership with our local community college. Through Career and College Promise, qualified high school age students in North Carolina can take tuition-free college courses while they are in high school, allowing them to get a jump start on their workplace and college preparation. Overall, we had over 1,000 students take over 3,200 courses, with 88.9% of them earning both a high school and college credit. This is one data point that has remained steady or showing a slight improvement during the pandemic. We also have a large and thriving career preparation program in our district. Students have the ability while in high school to attain industry-recognized certifications and credentials, making our students globally competitive for work and post-secondary education. Last year, we had 3,608 individual industry credentials or certifications awarded to Moore County School students, an increase over the last 2 years. In that same vein, career and technical education students who have earned 4 college career technical education credits in a career cluster, which is a group of like topic courses, take the ACT Work Keys assessment in their senior year. This test includes applied math, graphic literacy, and workplace documents, as well as a lot of soft skills that employers seek. We track students who score the highest scores on the assessment, silver, gold, or platinum. And in reviewing our Work Keys assessment, with the exception of the 2020-21 school year, Moore County has outperformed the state on Work Keys assessments. For the 21-22 school year, the Moore County composite score was 64, and the state was 61.1. Comparative to the 2018-19 pre-pandemic scores, there is still a decrease of 10.5 percentage points in the percent of students earning a silver or better. While Black students have shown a 3-year decreasing trend, Hispanic students have showed a substantial increase in performance of 16.1 percentage points, and white students have showed a decrease of 1.2 percentage points. Dropout rate is a percent of students who leave our schools without receiving a diploma. This data is reported out in February of the following year, so we do not yet have last year's data. But for the 2020-21 school year, Moore County had a dropout rate of 0.52%, substantially less than the state. Graduation rate measures the percent of students who complete high school within 4 years. Again, Moore County graduation rate remains high at 92.9%, which is 5.9 percentage points above the state grad rate. Again, like all of our data, we look at our subgroup performance. When graduation is broken down, all subgroups outperformed the state. In terms of tracking our student success after graduation, North Carolina provides some overview data through their My Future NC portal. Though we expect it soon, this data has not yet been updated from last year. For the 2020-21 data, 18% of Moore County students took at least one advanced placement course. That's compared to 17% of the state and 9% when shown next to our peer counties. 70% of students enrolled in college, community college, or trade school within a year of graduation, again compared to 61% across the state and 57% in our peer counties. Of those students who enrolled in college, community college, or trade school, 77% remained enrolled for a second year, which is in line with both the state and peer counties. And the students who enrolled in post-secondary school, 56% of Moore County graduates completed their degree within 6 years, again slightly higher than the state and peer county averages.
Thanks, Kate. Do you think it's critical for us to look at the data in context? And Kate did a little bit of that. We also want to give you inform the board of where we rank in terms of that context. And so we'll look at several of the data points in 3 ways. We'll compare us against the state again, against the other schools in our region, as well as like districts. And so I just want to share a little bit of that. The first is our grade level overall proficiency. We are ranked 23rd in the state. Second year in a row, we were 23rd in the state. That puts us better than 92 of the other districts, 23rd out of 115 districts, 19 percentage points below the number 1 district, which is Chapel Hill, Carborough, with a proficiency of 70.5%. When you compare that grade level proficiency with our regional comparison, you should note this is the Sandhills Regional Educational Service Alliance, RRESA. It's made up of Anson, Bladen, Columbus, Cumberland, Harnett, Hoke, Lee, Montgomery, Moore, Robeson, Richmond, Scotland, and Whiteville city schools. So 13 counties, and our proficiency was again number 1. About 5.8 percentage points above Whiteville, which was the number 2 district. So number 1 in our region. perhaps more interesting and you know, we're pleased with where we rank in the state. Obviously, the board's goal is to be in the top 5%, so there's work to be done there. We want to be number 1 in the region, but perhaps more, maybe a stronger comparison is to look at how we compare to like districts. So the like districts comes from the School Efficiencies Consultant Central Service Staffing Comparison. That was done back in August of 2015. And our like districts, and this is something we might want to review again because a lot has changed in the last 7 or 8 years in terms of comparison of the districts. But these are the like districts that we have compared ourselves against since that time. It's Brunswick County, Carteret County, Chatham County, Dare County, Haywood County, Henderson County, Polk County, and Union County. So there are 9 like districts, and as you can see, we are below the average by 4.1 percentage points, and we are at number 7 in comparison to our like districts. 9 like districts, we're number 7. So as we had said at the beginning, the good, the bad, and the ugly, it is good to be number 1 in the region. It's not so good to be number 7 in comparison to your like districts, and so you have to look at yourself in the mirror on that and recognize there's work to be done. And I think you'll see, as we go through these context rankings, you'll see similar comparisons. You'll see similar data.
You just stated that it might be time to look back and see whether these really are like districts. What are the qualifications to create like districts? It's not by size, that's for sure.
Yeah, it's not by size. And I say that particularly because of Union, because I think so much has changed there over the, as a bedroom of Charlotte, that particular district has had a lot of change in the last 6 or 7 years. They did that. That came through the financial end of the district. That was the work that they were doing. They were doing a comparison on dollars and on a community input, so like in terms of resources for students.
Interesting group.
It is.
You know, I have to chime in. I appreciate this slide because the previous slide, I was sitting there thinking, you know, it's not how good you are, it's who you're standing next to. You know, no offense to our friends to the south, but, you know, and this is, you know, I appreciate this slide.
Well, I think, as I said, you'll see similar trends for each of these data points that we see when you compare to the state, when you compare to our region, and then when you compare to our like districts. So the next one that we wanted to share was the ACT, and you can see that Moore County Schools is number 26 in the state. Again, Charlotte or Chapel Hill, Carrboro is number 1. We're about 24.8 percentages below that, 26 out of 115 school districts. We are number 1 in our region, about 10.4 percentage points above Lee County, who is number 2, and in our like, we're at number 7. The average is 49.5, and we are below the average with the ACT in terms of percent meeting the guideline of 19. Graduation rate, when we compare to the state, we are at number 11. Number 1 are our schools above 95%. We're number 11 out of 115 school districts, 6 percentage points above the state average. Regional comparison, we are number 2, just below Montgomery County, which is over 95%, and about 5.1% above the RESA regional average. And in terms of our like, we are at number 2, Dare County slightly above us at 93.4%. We are 3.1 percentage points above the average in terms of graduation rate when looking at like districts. So, a lot for us to focus on. We are in the process, our schools are in the process. As a district, we've really been spending a good amount of our time delving into the data. We work right from a kind of a global view all the way down to the specific student, And the data is still coming. We're still getting some EVOS or growth data that's down to the student. We received some of that last week. and it helped really guide us into the work that we're doing. There's several areas of focus that I think, and there's more, but just several areas of focus that just on the top, we know that we need to put some real attention to. Subgroup grade level proficiency, as you've said, Mr. Levy, a number of times, particularly with the minorities and our exceptional education students. We've got to give some attention and some time to that. Growth from our white students, interestingly, although the proficiency may be there, we're not getting the growth from our white students, particularly our AIG students, that we have in the past. And so that's something to keep an eye on, something for us to recognize and do some work there. You had mentioned that we weren't getting growth at some of our schools, and there's real truth to that. And part of that is that some of those students that have helped with that overall growth at school, we just haven't gotten growth from them. Some of our stronger academic students. Worried about math.
One of the stranger things that I saw in this thing, and I take a look at it and make sure I'm correct. At Robbins Elementary, we did not meet growth. Yet at Elise, which has the exact same students as Robbins Elementary, we exceeded growth. Okay? There is something there is something that we have to look into, because when you have the exact same students in one school environment that exceed growth and one that don't meet growth, got some looking into for the school that didn't meet the growth. That's because it's the exact same kids.
From the same families.
Yes.
One of the other areas that we're concerned about is that math one, trying to crack that nut. That's a statewide issue too, as you notice, but that's a real area of concern for us. Want to take a strong look at third grade reading proficiency, the grade level proficiency in third grade. We've had 3 years, as Ms. Faw mentions, of kind of a decreasing trend on that. And so we want to delve into that and work on that. And then, of course, acute attention on our low-performing schools. Unacceptable that we have 2 schools rated as F. I don't think they see themselves that way. I don't think they perceive themselves that way. And I don't think they or the other low-performing schools accept that and feel like that's what they are. And they're working to move out of that designation. Again, just kind of following up as we kind of pull this together here at the end and put a bow on it, back to that strategic plan. Really appreciate your work on that. I know we worked on that from February, and you really pushed us and guided us to focus on areas where the data indicated that we have some issues. And so whether it be growth, whether it be the subgroups, whether it be grade level proficiency, that is in our strategic plan. We'll be bringing that back and appreciate that all of this is so well connected. Next steps for us in terms of the low-performing schools. On October 12th, Dr. Locklear or I will be sending you an email with the initial preliminary plans, school improvement plans for each of the low-performing schools. We're going to ask for your input and ideas and thoughts on that, get a chance to kind of review it. We're required also to put it out to the public for comment and give them an opportunity to provide written comment. Our plan is to provide those plans to the community on the 12th as well, keep them open for several weeks to the 26th to try to get that input. On the 25th, you know we have a call board meeting where we'll be presenting the plans. We'll do this a little bit differently than we've done in the past. We'll do a little smaller push on the non-low performing schools, but still present those plans, those schools that it's their year. But for the low-performing schools, we've dedicated a little bit more time to be able to go a little deeper and be able to get a little bit more comment from the board. They'll also have some of that input, hopefully from you. They'll also have some of the input from the public that may adjust some of those preliminary plans that they present out on the 25th. The work session on the 31st is when we'd make the recommendation to you to approve the school improvement plans. That will include the safe school plans. And then hopefully at the November 7th, board meeting, you'll approve those plans, including schools plans. We can then provide those to the state. Obviously, all these plans are made public so that the community both can give input during those 2 weeks, but also have availability to review those at any time that they may want to. All of these plans are made public. So that's what will happen in the next couple of weeks. The schools, with the district support, is doubling down on those plans right now. We've got some more aggressive approach from the district to try to provide them some support, maybe coming back to you with some financial requests to support that. But there's work to be done, and we're ready for it.
Dr. Metcalf, the question that I have, and you may have answered, I'm not sure, but just to clarify, for the school improvement presentations from our schools, typically we have schools presenting every other year. So this year, we won't, are you saying that even if our low-performing schools presented last year, that they are on board to present to us this year, hopefully?
All our low-performing schools
Okay.
will be presenting, including Southern Middle School.
Okay, all
Will
right.
be presenting as well.
I just wanted to assure that the board members have an opportunity to hear from them what their efforts are underway
Yes.
to try to get the schools up from where they are. Okay.
And we'll also have the opportunity, as I mentioned, to review their initial preliminary plans in advance, so you can either provide that feedback to
Okay.
us, which we hope that you'll do.
Okay.
Also be able to, have a little stronger background as you meet with each of these school improvement plan teams.
So on the 12th, we are expected to get the preliminary plan. Is that via email?
That will come via email from either
Okay.
Dr. Locklear or
And,
myself.
and then we allow an open portal to where the plan gets posted, and we allow open portal for the community, and for staff to provide feedback.
Yes, ma'am.
And then from there, we go into the school improvement, different, levels on the 25th, and that's where the board teams, okay.
That's when they'll
All
do
right.
their presentations.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Bob?
Yeah, just one thing. We always pride ourselves in being data-driven, okay? And that's what we're always told that we want to be. Yet, these low-performing schools, I understand I may have a bunch of ideas, you may have a bunch of ideas, but have we ever said that for these schools, we need to go to a consultant who has actually turned around F-rated schools and has some suggestions for our F-rated schools? Because I think that one of the things that we need to know is what we don't know.
Yeah.
And what we don't know is why these schools are F-rated. I've toured them both. I think the teachers appear to be dedicated. The leadership appears to be dedicated, but nonetheless, they are F-rated, which means they are failing schools. So why, don't you think you guys ought to come to the board with a request for a certain amount of money for a consultant who has actually turned around schools, not some people from West Carolina who happen to be in one of their programs, but someone who has actually turned around schools that would give us some suggestions?
I saw you move your microphone, Dr.
My
Locklear.
telltale sign.
It's a telltale sign.
I'm not a very good poker player. Mr. Levy, great point, and we've heard you make that point a couple times in our meetings so far, and it is something we're exploring. We're looking at leaders who've had success in those type of situations, and who we might be able to find who come in and maybe do some partnership with us and partnership with our schools. So we are looking at that. Now whether or not we bring that back as a formal request, I couldn't tell you if that's an absolute, but we definitely are researching that and looking at the best path forward with that.
Well, one of the problems is, we could say, like, my pet peeve is I want to see lower class sizes in smaller schools, but who knows? Maybe it's something else. And these are F-rated schools, and that there's one thing our parents deserve, it's to not have their children go to F-rated schools. And the other problem is, it's not just that, but it's that I believe, I believe both Aberdeen Elementary and Robbins Elementary failed to meet growth. I'm sure about that for Aberdeen.
That is
Am I
correct.
correct on that?
Exactly.
Robbins,
That is correct.
Robbins too.
Yeah.
So, everybody's fond of saying, well, we need to put more emphasis on growth and less on performance. But on both measures, we've got problems. And certainly, even these two schools are so much different, because in Robbins, we have a dual language situation, and we have to take these tests in English. So I get that, okay? And in Aberdeen, we have some socioeconomic hurdles that we have to deal with. But I would hope, Dr. Locklear, that you would be able to find a consultant who has actually met these problems, turned around these schools, and can give us some suggestions.
The question that I have is, I know that we have a campaign underway. When more are present, more succeeds, obviously, our attendance. So when you look at Aberdeen and you look at Robbins, do they have, I would say, a higher attendance problem percentage of students not being there than the other schools? And do they fall into the subgroup categories? Like for Aberdeen, do you have more blacks not attending? Do you know anything?
So that analysis has just started. I will tell you that we looked at the overall attendance rate last year for all of our schools, and Aberdeen and Robbins were high, although they were not the only ones that were that high. We are doing breakdowns by subgroups that we can account for, and that is part of the discussions that are already happening in the data dives that are taking place at those schools. Yes.
And you could say that, to Bob's point, that on the day of the EOGs, how many students are absent. But however, that doesn't have anything to say with the growth. I mean, it's.
It feeds into the growth as well, because you don't have that data point. However,
They would not be included in the
Exactly,
growth or the
exactly.
proficiency if they're not there
Yeah.
to take the exam.
but I will say that we are required by law to test 95% of all students,
Okay.
and that both Aberdeen and Robbins met that 95%
Okay.
threshold, and that is across the board and in all subgroups.
Okay, so for each school, they have to have a 95%.
Participation rate on the EOGs and EOCs,
Okay.
yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Could you clarify for me who falls into the students with disabilities category?
Any student who has an IEP, an active individualized education plan. So these would be students who are identified as having a special need and require accommodations or modifications.
So it doesn't include the, I don't know, the nonverbal blind child who's.
Those students would be included, yes.
Are still taking the same test.
So
If
those.
they're working toward like a certificate rather than a
Correct.
graduate
What you're
diploma.
referring to is there are a certain number of tests that are called extended content tests. Extend 1 is what they're referred to. Those students are tested. It's an adapted test, and those students are tested. Almost all of them are tested, and they are included in our total calculations for students with disability. But it's a different test. It's an amended adaptive test.
Okay.
And what about our students at Pinckney? Are they included into all of our high school data?
Yes.
Okay.
They are. They go to the school of their domiciled school.
Okay, during that period in time?
Correct.
Okay.
Correct.
All right,
Their scores all return back.
okay. Board members, David, did you have a question?
I do.
Okay.
I held all questions except for my one.
Go ahead.
till the
Get 'em,
end, so,
get 'em
yeah,
all
Let me go back.
We'll go through them in slight
Okay.
order. Actually, though, to answer your question, Chair Thompson, the North Carolina DPI breaks down chronic absenteeism by racial group. And our best performing subgroup, Asians, has by far the lowest chronic absenteeism. I mean, there's a direct correlation between the absenteeism reported by DPI and the subgroup performance. It's on the DPI's website for Moore County. So, okay, so if we could, page 20, please. So, our low-performing schools, we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, is that correct?
Yes.
Yes.
So, I would like to know, just rough order, just rough off the top of your head, how long our principals have been at each one of those? So we could just start with Southern Pines. I mean, 2 years, 8 years, 3 decades, I'm not gonna hold you to it, just something.
I don't have off the top of my head that data in front of me. Miss Tiny Wagner's the principal there. She's been there for over 2 years.
Yeah,
First at
she-
Southern Pines
Yeah,
Elementary.
she was at
primary.
Southern Pines Primary, then moved over to be the Southern Pines Elementary principal to guide them through the transition of coming together. So she's been there for over 2 years. Mr. Poole has been at Aberdeen Elementary School since 2016. Ms. Lorita
6 years.
has been at Robbins Elementary School since July of 2019. We will have a new principal at Westmore Elementary, and we
Yeah,
have
we're
a brand new
starting there.
principal at Cameron Elementary with Mr. Cassidy.
Yeah. Okay, slide 20, that was slide 20. Slide 21. So, can we renormalize those scores backwards, just so we know our trend?
It can be done, yeah. Yes, we can.
I think the
Okay.
board would appreciate that. You
Okay.
know, don't mean to spend, a whole day on it, but if we could just take, if the benchmark had been 19 all along, what percentage would we change? So we
Sure.
can easily benchmark those backwards.
Absolutely.
Slide 24, please. Something that I found surprising on this is well, it says black, but the African-American work keys percentage. What does Moore County Schools attribute the low and declining work keys percentage rate among our African-American students?
So some of that's being investigated, but I will say it's also a relatively small subgroup. For example, the last, that data from this past year is only 43 students, comparative to 281 for white students. So part of it is that because it's a smaller subgroup, a fluctuation can occur with just a few students, but that is only one factor. That is something that is being explored by the CTE department already.
Yeah, I just, maybe we're offering the wrong courses or something, because, our job, as we know, our mission statement, go on to college, enter the workforce, or join the military. And if our African Americans are not ready to go to college, and they're not ready to enter the workforce, and I assume they're not all enlisting in the military, we are failing our job to prepare them for life as proud and successful Americans. So anyway, that's just an observation. Number 32, please, slide 32. Again, I've already talked to this. Thank you very much. Again, no need to insult our neighbors to the south, but, it's pretty easy to look good standing next to them. I will just stay out of Scotland County for the next foreseeable future. And then number 39, and this is my last observation. Actually, I think I have a couple of these. The second bullet, so what do we attribute the decreasing growth of our academic and intellectually gifted students?
I mean, right off my head, I'd say, I think there are a couple of reasons, but right off my head, I would question the rigor within some of the classes. I think coming out of COVID in particular, there's been some focus with, teachers were focused on trying to bring students back. And maybe the rigor in some of those top classes, some of the top academic classes, AIG classes, wasn't as much of a focus as the remediation, some of the work with some of the other students.
So, did you play a sport in high school?
I played baseball. I was
Very good.
terrible.
Fair
Second
enough, at
base.
least you give it accurate
If I had a
assessment.
preference, I'd be playing for the Red Sox right now.
Yeah, the reason our superintendent is a coach. He started out as a coach, and I would gather to say that most coaches strive to be the best football team, number one. We want to be number one. We don't want to just make the playoffs, right? Because competition increases everyone's performance. And, teams strive to be number one. They don't strive to, we went to the playoffs, right? So I would contend that when you're analyzing that, you might want to look at when we took away the goal of valedictorian, salutatorian, whether or not that provided a disincentive for our academic and intellectually gifted students. Rather than trying and working to be number one, they work just to be okay in the top pool of 40 valedictorians. So.
Yeah, very much good, excellent point, worth looking at, doing some investigation. I would say that that trend with the AIG students, with our academically light students, is true in elementary and middle, which would be far before, that would come into play as a high school goal. But I think it's a legitimate thing to analyze and look at.
Yeah, I just, whether it's valedictorian or salutatorian, there is there's this trend to protect students from stress and to protect students from anxiety, and therefore we can't push them hard enough. And then all that results in is adults who cannot. I was reading a report on enlistments in the military, people are graduating high school, going to boot camp, and can't handle like just a normal stress that like a person could handle 10 years ago because of, safe spaces and this and that. I think we challenge our young people too little, I don't think we challenge our young people enough. I think we need to whether it's athletics, academics, extracurricular, I think we need to challenge our young people more, not less. And I think that, and this isn't a Moore County school problem, I think this is a reflection of a societal problem where we are not challenging our young people enough, in this case academically.
Thank you.
Ed, did you have any questions?
No, except on David's point for valedictorian. At any of our high schools, when it gets, I know every year, if everybody was striving for every year more and more and more get lost, how many are really in competition by the time, let's say they get to their senior year to become valedictorian? Just a guess.
It's a relatively small number. I'd say probably at Pinecrest, you're probably talking about less than 15 students.
How many?
With the new lines in there, less 15.
Did you have questions, Bob?
No, nothing further, no.
Stacy,
Wait, what?
Did you have questions?
Yeah, you heard it correct.
Did you have questions?
No, I'm good, thank
Libby?
you.
I'm
just kidding.
Just a comment, in looking at the comparisons of us to other counties, to like counties, to the top ones in the state, I bothered to look up a few of them, like on the graduation rate with the top ones in the state. Tyrell County had
Very small.
35 seniors.
Yes.
And so it's sort of hard to look at their graduation rate of 95% for 35 kids
Right.
and make a really good comparison. Montgomery County only had 267 seniors.
Right.
So, now Union County, on the other hand, had almost 3,400. And so, yes, maybe worth looking at that to see what they're doing. But I found some of the comparisons kind of misleading, except for what Mr. Hensley says about our surrounding counties, 'cause we know where we stand there. So, okay, on that, I'll move on.
Don't go to Laurinburg.
I would be interested in seeing if they, once they re-norm for whoever we are like, to see where we stand up.
Kate, we know that you do deep dive data mining
Yes, ma'am.
to get us this data, and we appreciate your extra efforts and your work. And
Thank you.
and we're looking forward to getting our plans and knowing what our goals are from each student from each school going forward. So. Board members, make sure that you have on your calendars the 25th, October the 25th, and do we know what time that will be?
It will be starting in the morning, I would imagine,
9 a.m.
somewhere around 8:30, 9 a.m. We haven't
Okay.
set a exact time
Let's
yet.
make
but-
it
David, did you have something?
I do have one more comment.
Okay,
I have a comment in response to Ed's comment. I actually went back and watched old videos over the last month about the justification for eliminating valedictorians and salutatorians. And one of the things that Ed brought up, gosh, how many students does this affect? In fact, your predecessor, you worked for her, Ms. Calcutt, was giving this brief in 2016. And she had 10 B-rated schools and no F-rated schools. But anyway, she also gave the presentation about elimination of valedictorians and salutatorians. And one of the justifications was, gosh, this only affects 10 or 15 young people in each school. Well, let's look at the Super Bowl. The Super Bowl only affects 2 teams. It affects 2 teams, but we have hundreds of thousands, if not millions, of young people in this country starting in our middle school, Southern Middle School, playing football, trying to achieve to reach the Super Bowl. It's not how many people reach the Super Bowl and play at the Super Bowl. It's all the hundreds and thousands of millions of lives who strive to get there and who were better because of it. It doesn't matter that we only have 1 valedictorian or you have 5 people striving for it. You have hundreds and hundreds of thousands of kids in our school district that strive to achieve that or respect those who do. So it's really a false argument that, gosh, it only affects 3 people. No, it affects, just like the Super Bowl only affects 2 teams. That's just not the way that works. So that's it, thank you.
Mine wasn't an opinion, it was strictly a question for information. I have no feelings one way or the other.
Okay, at this time, we will go to our last report information item, which is our Day 20 student membership summary. Dr. Locklear.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We've been able to keep the board, because of Kate's hard work and Mike's hard work, we've been able to keep the board appraised of where we've been along the way over the first 20 days with our student memberships. And Ms. Fall and Dr. Metcalf are going to get a brief overview of where we fell on Day 20. Just to repeat, so I won't forget it, Madam Chair, I just want to thank, you're right, Kate again, for the job she does around working this data, and not just pulling this district level data, but she's worked very hard along with Donna Gephardt at having data dives at our school with school teams. And I think you'll see some of that come out in what's presented at the school improvement team meetings on the 25th. So again, just wanted to say thank you again to Mike and Kate and Donna, if she's out there listening as well. They've done a lot of work, her and her team. So Kate, Day 20, membership summary. Mike and Kate.
I'm gonna actually take that for Kate this time.
Wow, sorry, Mike.
She is a star, but you're gonna get me as I go through this. But she'll sit here and
We'll
make sure
settle.
we get it right,
We'll
and we'll make her push the button. So, yes, Day 20 membership, September 27th. Remember, this is self-reported, so the official numbers, I think, come out later this week. But self-reported, 22-23, we're at 12,963 students. We've listed 7 or 8 years there, so you can kind of see how it has tracked back of Day 20, all the way back to 2016-17, if you can move forward a slide. So 12,963 students, it's 138 students more than we had at Day 20 last year, 138 more than last year. We were projected at about 12.8, and so we're about 163 over what we had initially projected. And again, highest numbers in 6 years, slightly higher, 138 more than last year. And the next slide, I'll just let you take a look at this and you can peer at it. You've got it, this just kind of gives you an idea. Kate has kindly put over into the right column if they have increased at their school, it's in green. If their membership has decreased, it's red. We'll show you here in a couple of slides the Connect Virtual Academy, which obviously has impacted some of the schools in terms of their numbers. And so when you see a large decrease, some of that may be because of the Connect Virtual Academy. So West End, notice the drop of 68 students at West End. Some of that may be residual from the student reassignment at West End, may have impacted that as well. Cranes Creek up, Southern Middle School down, West Pine down, and you can see where they are at Day 20 in terms of their numbers. Thank you, Kate. Northmore, Pinecrest, and Union Pines. Pinecrest actually down about 8 students to 2,235. Community Learning Center has 101 students, and the Connect Virtual Academy at 313 students. And that is where some of those movements have gone. And if you can slip to the next slide, we'll give you a bit of a summary. We gained about 1.08% over last year's 20-day. Connect, I think, is really meeting the needs of some families. We had actually had a parent who came to the engagement and advisory council meeting last week from Connect and was just so positive. She has 3 children. 2 of them are in the blend end. 1 is in the Connect. They hadn't been with Moore County Schools last year. They came for what we were offering in those programs, and they were just very appreciative of the board funding that and supporting that. I wanted to share with you, as I have in the past, we have 57 students at the Connect and the Blend Ed program who were not Moore County School students last year. So they came from outside our system and add to into our membership. At the Blend Ed program, that's 31 new students. In the Connect Academy, it's 26. And so Mr. Swafford doing a great job over there, continues that recruitment process, continues to bring in community folks that may not have been in Moore County schools.
And Dr. Metcalf, do we know if those students are most of those students Moore County residents, or are they still living now
Yeah, they're Moore
outside
County-
of?
They are Moore County residents who
Okay.
were in alternate school programs last year. At the Blend
Okay.
Ed, many of those are homeschooled,
Okay,
who are going with the Blend Ed.
Okay.
At the Connect, it's some were homeschooled last year, but some were coming from privates and
Okay.
charters and other locations as well.
and the reason I ask is because I've actually talked to several families that are outside the county, and they heard of our programs and was very interested. I even had a teacher who connected with me and was asking me about it. She was interested in possibly applying into the program so she could work from home.
Yeah.
So, so that's awesome for us to have, because I think when we last heard, the count was somewhere around 240, 250
Yeah.
for the program. So that's awesome. And
Yeah, I will say, in terms of staffing, that is the one place where we've had a number of candidates.
oh, really?
Yeah,
Yeah.
Mr. Swafford gets a lot of calls
Yeah.
from folks who would like, from all over.
Yeah.
Not necessarily Moore County current staff, but
Yeah.
from all over who go, I'd love to work the
Mhm.
virtual program. Do you have any openings?
Right. I had 2 people from Randolph County that I referred, and whether or not, I told them to call and see what happens. Board
So-
members, do you have?
Actually,
questions?
I have 2, I actually have a direct observation based upon what you said, and I have something independent of that. So when we first started talking about the Connect Virtual Academy, I cautioned everyone about, look, if you can do remote learning, then just like, accounting jobs and IT jobs were outsourced out of state, out of the country, then teaching jobs could be outsourced out of the state and out of the country. Academy may give us an opportunity to poach some neighboring, I'm not saying we want to get teachers from India, but maybe, ones that don't want to commute, and it could help ease our teacher shortage, because we could have virtual teachers along with, their credentials align, or maybe their background align, whatever you look for.
What it's allowed us to do, we've hired several that were with us face-to-face, but because they may be a spouse in the military, what have you, they've
They
moved
moved,
to Hawaii and
right.
other locations.
That's
and we
perfect.
know them, and
Yeah.
so we've been able to keep them
Awesome.
with
Yeah.
Moore County.
If they're known entities, and, if their spouse was in the military, they're probably going to drift back anyway
Right.
at some point.
Awesome.
My other question is, this is good news, the increase in enrollment, and the Blend Ed is largely responsible for that, whether it's poached or whatever. But let's talk market share, right? In the future, I would like to see market share, because in 2014, Moore County schools had 84% of the students in Moore County. As of 2021, we had 72%. So from 2014 to 2021, in 7 years, in the last, 8 years now, it leveled off between 2021 and 2022. I'll take full credit for that. But anyway, in the previous 7 years, Moore County schools lost 12% market share, I assume, to charter schools and private schools. And that is really what we need to be looking at. I mean, obviously, ADM pays the bills, gets
Yeah.
us money, but market share really shows how we're standing,
We get that information. It's combined information that comes from the Department of Public Instruction as well as from the Department of Administration. And you're right, the last 2 years, it has been about 72.2%,
leveled off.
2.1%, 72.1%. It's leveled off right about there. took a hit prior to that when the new charter school opened up, Southern Pines. That hit us a little bit. We get that information generally around February, sometimes a little earlier, and certainly we'll report that back to the board when we receive it.
Okay, all right, thank
We
you.
definitely monitor that, Mr. Harris.
Yeah.
Is that the charter school that's the D-rated school?
That is.
Okay, just
The
wanted
Montessori
to
school.
remind everyone, you know.
Oh, by the way.
That we're going to do things that charter schools won't do or can't do. We're
Yep.
gonna make people want to come to Moore County
Correct.
schools as opposed to go to charter schools.
Speaking of charter schools and D-rated charter schools, I need to go back and review the contract we signed with them, but I think we may have put a performance requirement in there. I know at one time we talked about it. So we need to go back and look at our contract with Moore Montessori, because I'm pretty sure that we put a performance clause in there. It may have dropped out, but if we put a performance clause in there and they're not making the grade, pun intended, then we need to have a conversation with them as to what they're gonna do to make the grade, or we'll just take the property back and we'll make it an annex to Pinecrest, and we'll alleviate the overcrowding at Pinecrest.
I have a question.
Stacy?
How many students in Sand Hills Farm Life what's their capacity?
I would hate for us to, without having the capacity in front of us, it's in the 400s, 400s if I'm not
Without
mistaken.
trailers, 400?
Yeah, I'd have to look. I can get you that information.
And it was, before they redistrict, it was in the 500s, correct?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
And that information is what we will get before Red.
That's all part of what we'll see next week too.
Yeah,
You're right, exactly right. We'll have our
Yeah.
capacity numbers.
Yeah,
That would be listed out and projected out.
yeah.
That one's the only one that kind of concerns me, just because I know the population and growth happening around there, and that's only gonna get higher, and that school is so tiny, so.
Might I ask about the Moore County students who attend the state virtual schooling? Okay, and I don't know that that's exactly what it's called, but I wondered if I had hoped we would be reaching out to them to bring them back into Connect, if at all possible. I don't have any idea how many there even are.
I know that Mr. Swafford did a lot of work to recruit all of those students. I will tell you from the last count, it's not a very large number. But that I do know that Mr. Swafford did a lot of work in trying to reach out and recruit.
them. We did
And
reach out.
the two online charter schools I know are D-rated or
Yes, ma'am.
maybe worse, I don't know. So I would hope those students might be coming back.
I think there's a lot of growth potential at the Connect Academy.
I know Mr. Swafford has done an amazing job
Yes,
in
yes.
transition and making sure that he has reached out to a lot of different areas and getting his teachers on board. So he's just done an amazing job with those programs.
Is
So-
it possible for you to give us a breakdown of the homeschools for the kids that went to Connect? I know technically now, they're Homeschools Connect Academy, right?
Oh,
But you-
domiciled school, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Yes, we could do that, we could give you a breakdown of where they come from. We'd have to look at every student and compare their address, but that's doable.
Well, I'm not asking for, it's a lot
336.
of work. I was just, looking at those schools that we saw the bigger drops in, like West End Elementary,
Yeah,
to see if they were
West End
impacted a little
probably has more
more.
to do with the student reassignment.
and they also have a very small kindergarten class this year at West End. So that's the other thing with our projections, we use 3-year averages to do projections, and every school has fluctuations. Some are high, some are low years, and it's a low year at a couple of our kindergarten school, or a couple of schools. So, but it definitely plays in. We looked at broad brush strokes of Connect Virtual Academy, and the vast majority of it is heavily impacted by those students no longer being assigned to their domiciled school.
Thanks again so much for coming in. Kate, you always bring us just all kind of information, so we appreciate you and the work you do.
Thank you.
Stacy, do you have any board comments? David? Ed? Go skip Bob.
Will you take a vote?
Wait a second. I pass.
Oh, you passed.
I pass.
Do you have any comments?
I've said quite a lot.
I'll skip on that. Dr. Walker, any more comments?
additional comments. Thank you to the board for your engagement. Appreciate it.
We, Dr. Locklear and Dr. Metcalf, we always appreciate everything that you bring on to us on a work session. It's always of great value with lots of information and discussion. So I know it takes a lot of time and effort from not only you, but your team downstream, so we appreciate it. And am I correct to say that this is National Custodian Week?
Yes.
Okay, so we want to send a huge, huge shout out and thank you to our custodial team across the district at all of our schools. They are behind the scenes but working hard. And we always recognize the work that they do for any of us walking on into the school buildings and just looking at the floors and the different things. I mean, everything is just the term speak and span. So just as you're talking to your team, please relay our thanks to our custodial team. And at this time,
Madam Chair, move the meeting be adjourned.
is there a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you so much.
Teach the kids to appreciate the custodians.
I know.
Use this week to teach.